from smartphone. And we sometimes like to call this project Count Every Trip. Travel energy efficiency often brings to mind vehicle efficiency. For example, the Environmental Protection Agency has been calibrating vehicle fuel efficiency for close to 50 years. However, the energy efficiency improvements caused by changes to travel behavior, such as mode shift, can be very impactful. For example, the bar chart shows the energy savings from people replacing the modes on the left with electric bicycles over the course of 6,000 trips. By choosing electric bicycles over gas car for some of those trips, participants saved 3,000 kilowatt hours. To learn more about travelers' energy use, we can turn to voluntary smartphone-based travel monitoring. Smartphones are a useful way to collect travel behavior information in the form of travel diaries, or records of the trips people took. To collect data, participants take their phones with them while traveling and manually label information the phone cannot detect, like travel mode or purpose, seen in this picture. Unfortunately, people get tired of labeling trips. Only 38% of trips recorded by the app OpenPath were labeled in Colorado. This leaves us with a lot of unused information. What if we start using those unlabeled trips? We could use phone sensor data to get a best guess of the travel mode. Many machine learning models can make good guesses, but to use those guesses for decisions, we need to know how uncertain they are. So the key points going forward in this presentation are that travel diaries from smartphones can tell you about travel behavior in a region. Along the way, mode inference can help you collect data, filling in what participants leave out. If you want to use those inferred modes, you need to know how well those mode guessing models perform. We looked carefully at how uncertain one metric, energy consumption, is based on inferred modes. We calculated energy consumption with energy intensity times travel length. To find the uncertainty in energy consumption, we need uncertainty for both inputs. To help us, we turned to a dataset called MobilityNet, where contributors took pre-planned trips with specific routes and modes while recording location data with a smartphone. With MobilityNet, we tallied all pairs of the ground truth mode and the predicted mode into a table called a confusion matrix. This lets us assess how well our mode classification performs. Most estimates of classification performance use metrics like accuracy, which is hard to use for downstream uncertainty. If the model guesses car and we only know that it's 80% accurate, we don't know much about the chances of it being bike or bus. We also used MobilityNet to get a distribution of relative length errors. So here's an example confusion matrix. Predicted modes are the columns and actual modes are the rows. We can use it to find a distribution of travel modes and energy intensities. I recommend collecting much more data on the model's performance than shown in this example. We can also find uncertainty for length with relative length error. And then having both of those, combine the variances from those two inputs with variance propagation to find variance of energy consumption. Here are some more details on the energy intensity. If we look down the columns, we can find probability distributions for actual modes given the predicted mode by dividing by the column sums in the original confusion matrix. I should note that these probability estimates are very sensitive to the spread of actual modes in the dataset used to construct the confusion matrix, which didn't cause too many issues for our energy consumption estimates, but can make calculating other metrics tricky. The info in those probability distributions and the energy intensity for each mode tells us the intensity we should expect given the mode that we predicted. And these energy intensities are from the Transportation Energy Data Book. To build our confusion matrix with MobilityNet data, we aligned the ground truth and inferred sections in that dataset by a timestamp. Then we recorded how far was traveled in each aligned section shown in this diagram. We also added extra sections when there was travel, but we did not record on the left, and there was no travel, but we thought there was travel on the right. Here are the particular confusion matrices we use, where each entry is in meters. Notice that the model isn't amazing. We're making a lot of car predictions when the mode is actually bus, seen in the car column and bus row. For more details on the length uncertainty, we used the relative length errors that we found in MobilityNet to estimate actual lengths from measured lengths. We did this for the case of 1 unit measured length and scaled up from there for larger travel lengths. So we could sample from some distribution of relative length errors, calculate the length we would expect given that we measured 1 unit and the variance of that estimated length. When we tried to find the total variance at first, we used the sum of trip variances, which did not capture the true value in a few standard deviations. And doing so seemed to place more certainty on our estimates than was warranted. Instead, we grouped together trips by the predicted mode before calculating the variances. So the total distance traveled is the new distance we're looking at in the calculation. This, in some sense, let us account for repeated mistakes and made us more likely to capture the true value in our uncertainty. We had to make several assumptions throughout this work. Mode error and length error being independent is one. We weren't concerned about energy model specification error because we're applying an average intensity to the entire trip, even though that can really depend on starts and stops and accelerations during the trip. We did not worry about errors in users' mode labels, so that was treated as the ground truth when we're benchmarking. The error in MobilityNet we assumed applied to other geographies. We assumed an underlying mode prevalence, so the chances of each mode occurring in general. And we assumed equal chances of drove alone and shared ride, since our sensors could not really distinguish between those. We benchmarked our methods on the Can Bike Colorado set of studies. Low-income participants collected travel diaries to evaluate privately owned e-bike usage. They also took trips with car, bike, bus, and more modes. The chart shows energy estimates for the same set of trips based on either user labels in blue or inferred labels in orange. The percent error across all programs combined was 8%, and all programs at the program level were within one estimated standard deviation. At the user level, 82% of estimates were within 2 estimated standard deviations. How did these estimates perform over time? For the program in Colorado that we had the worst estimates for, we still managed to capture the truth in 1 estimated standard deviation. Blue dots are energy based on user labels, orange dots from inferred labels, and dashes are 1 standard deviation from the inferred value. At the user level, there were fewer trips and we did not capture the truth as often. For example, some participants had very different mode distributions than we accounted for. On the left, with minus 12.5 standard deviations below the truth we underestimated, this person took almost exclusively car trips and we just didn't account for that. On the right, 4 standard deviations above the truth we overestimated, this person took almost exclusively e-bike trips and this just didn't happen to account for that. So how is this relevant in the future? If we can use inferred information in travel behavior studies, we can lower the labeling burden for participants in those studies and make long-term studies more viable. Along the way, we bias less toward the people with free time to label their trips and support a local understanding of travel in a region. We can also use this information to develop better behavior models and represent people better in travel demand forecasting. In the future, we would like to work on estimating mode share seen in the pie chart on the right. That's just based on labeled trips, but we want to be able to do that for unlabeled trips with inferred modes, energy and carbon impact, trip purpose share, and more. We could also apply these methods to other mode inference models, such as those that learn from past labels. And we can make better models that better distinguish modes and could then narrow our error bars. Finally, data used for this work can be accessed through NREL's Transportation Secure Data Center. You can request cleansed data or fill out an application for spatial data with locations, since that information is sensitive. Here are my references, and thank you for listening. I'm ready for questions.
All right, thank you, Michael. I don't see any question in the chat box. Well, I made that request a little late. I have a question for you there. It's just, I think it's very interesting research and great presentation. My question is about what's the motivation of doing this research, and what's the meaning of this? It's basically I want to say the application of the research outcome. Like in the title, it's estimating the uncertainty. Who is interested in knowing the uncertainty, and why it's important to get to know the uncertainty, the energy consumption uncertainty there. And you seems to be not to reduce the uncertainty. It's like you're basically trying to uncover the uncertainty.
Yes. The goal is to be able to I view this as a way to support travel behavior studies in collecting data, and you can use all of the information available, not just the trips that people labeled.
Oh, okay.
And then you can also use these energy estimates to see if under this amount of mode shift, how much, or maybe over time, how much did people's energy consumption change? Well, it would be really nice if there was some before and after study with OpenPath or a phone app where some new bus lane or walking path or bike lane was introduced, and you could look at before and after energy consumption. But I'm also interested in building up this work has helped me understand how to estimate mode share, which can sometimes be more useful if you want to build a model for people's behavior with it.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Okay, I don't think, okay, there is probably another question. It's not a question, but a statement in the chat box. Well, actually, that's from the co-authors. All right, thank you, Dr. Shankari. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, I'm interested in the energy-related travel behavior research. It's but it's data is it's a challenging for a lot of us. Probably it's not it's less challenging for the in real lab. Okay, all right, thank you, Michael, and let's move on to our next presentation. Let me share my screen there. Let's see. Our next speaker will be Yang-Hen Bach, and who is a PhD student, civil engineering, and a graduate student researcher with Institute of Transportation Studies, UC Irvine, and his research focuses on the travel pattern and let me it's blocked on my screen. Oh my god. Okay. Travel patterns of private autonomous vehicles and their uses. Okay, that's interesting. And he is doing several studies about dead-ending miles of private autonomous vehicles and new park and ride systems as a transit advocate and a rail fan. He is also interested in transit planning with many project experiences in the master cities. His research will extend to the integrated prospect of the travel behavior and its impact on the transportation systems with AVs in order to support planners in preparing for the VMT increase with the new private vehicle preferred era. All right. Okay. Young-Han, can you now please take over the virtual stage?
Thank you for the great introduction, Dr. Liu.
All right.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. I'm Young-Hoon, a graduate student at the University of California, Irvine. This time, I would like to talk about park and ride in the era of AV. Specifically, this topic is suggesting a private AV to shared AV transfer system. So the park and ride is an intermodal travel option, which is transferring from a private vehicle to a public transit mode. When high-capacity rapid transit does not reach the suburban area, some travelers heading for the downtown area first take a private vehicle and then transfer to a faster transit at a station. This system may reduce the traffic entering the urban core, but could not grow enough to significantly mitigate the downtown congestion. This is because of its inconvenience, as park and ride travelers have to park their car, walk to the station, and wait for the transit vehicle before the ride. However, what if travelers have private AVs so they don't have to park and walk in the park and ride system? So we suggest the private AV to shared AV transfer system. In addition to the private AV, we also replace the other mode, public transit, with shared on-demand service vehicles. Let's see more details here. In the suggested system, single occupancy private AV travelers have two options: private AV only and PAV SAV transfer system. In other words, they can either complete the travel only with their own AV or transfer to a shared AV at a transfer station, and then get to the destination by the SAV. So when you see the second option, a person trip from origin to destination can be divided multiple vehicle trips, PAV trip, and several SAV trip legs, because we allow poolings for the SAV service. This image shows an idea about how to locate the PAV SAV transfer station at a freeway section. The station facility design minimizes the transfer walk distance, as you can see here, and this SAV lane saves the travel time on freeway sections. Station can either be accessed from upstream section of freeway or a ramp connected to the street. Based on the suggested system, we have 3 research questions for this study. The first question is about travel forecasting. How many travelers would use the PAV SAV transfer system? The second question is about the impact on the network. How much can the PAV SAV transfer system reduce VMT and congestion? And the last question is about the system design. What is the best design for the PAV SAV transfer system? Here is the system configuration. Putting an PAV SAV transfer station on a freeway section, we add a lane dedicated for SAVs. The lane ends at the downtown area and is connected to the freeway exits, so the SAVs can enter the downtown area as mixed traffic. And now is the problem formulation. First, the vehicle trip is a function of a travel demand and market share of the PAV-SAV transfer system. Since this study assumes fixed travel demand, the market share becomes what we should be interested in. And the market share is the function of past travel cost, because travelers choose the option according to the travel cost of the possible path. And the past travel cost is a function of the vehicle trip again. So this series of functions form a fixed point problem. Meeting the condition for the existence of the fixed point, we can obtain a fixed market share for the service. An initial market share updates the market share itself, and it finally converges at a point due to the congestion and travel choice process. Here's the overview of the solution approach. Performing traffic assignment, service choice, and vehicle trip distribution steps, we can obtain converged market share according to the two stopping criteria here. The performance metrics are available in the result analysis. Let's start with the vehicle trip distribution. The person travel OD metrics, POD metrics, can be converted into the vehicle trip metrics, QOD. The non-service users stay in the same cells, but the service users first go to the transfer station and use SAV to get to the destination. These service user trips can be grouped as groups 2 and 3. Lastly, after dropping of the passengers, the SAVs can be relocated, which are group 4 trips. As an SAV can travel to multiple downtown zones, we set this as a cluster, so each SAV travels within the cluster. The PAV travels are simple to formulate. Equation 8 is the non-service users' vehicle trips, and equation 9 is the service users' origin to station trips. But the SAV trips are relatively complicated. So we start from the simplest case. There are only 2 destination zones within a cluster. Then the total number of vehicles can be expressed as equation 11. And equation 12 and 13 and 14 show the number of SAVs traveling from the station to the first destination zone, from the station to the first destination zone, and from the first destination zone to the second destination zone, and from the station to the second destination zone, skipping the first destination zone. Likewise, we can reformulate those equations for larger numbers of destination zones. Equation 15 to 17 generalize the simple case to any possible number of destination zones. Equation 15 is the number of vehicles from the station to all destination zones. And equation 16 is the inter-destination zones trips. And equation 17 is the direct trips from the station to each destination zone. So far, we assume that the number of onboard passengers in each vehicle is fixed. However, since we assume a maximum waiting time at the station and the travelers arrive at the station with Poisson distribution, the equations now can be reformulated to consider the stochasticity of the number of onboard passengers using the Poisson arrival probabilities and total service demand within the cluster. For SAV returning trips, we can apply several options such as parking the SAVs, relocating them to the transfer station, or serving other downtown passengers. The traffic assignment is a user equilibrium static traffic assignment, and the link performance function can be either BTR or another function. For the service choice, we have 2 options, as mentioned before. So we can use a binomial logic with the cost functions for each travel mode. With all those frameworks, we conduct a case study for 3 hours of morning peak period in the greater Los Angeles area. setting 4 freeway axes around downtown LA, we placed 2 candidate station locations at each axis. And the map on the right side is showing the SAV destination zone clusters in downtown LA. So starting from 1 station per axis scenarios, scenario 1 to 16, we analyzed several variations, including the number of the stations and SAV capacity and station access links, zone clusters, and initial market share for convergence test. Except for the Transcat traffic assignment part, we run the system in the Python environment. All scenarios converged well in 4 or 5 iterations according to the results. The model provides the same result regardless of the starting point of this market share. The VMT and VHT decreased throughout all scenarios compared with the no service scenario. Other scenarios also show decreases in VMT and VHT. But among the scenarios, locating the stations closer to the downtown attracts more travelers and reduces VMT and VHT the most. Since the AM peak period travel demand is high enough, increasing the SAV capacity to 6 could also fill the vehicles with more than 5 passengers. This slide shows the spatial variances in VMT and VHT. As expected, we could effectively reduce the downtown area's VMT and VHT in those scenarios. From the result, we can answer the research questions. First, according to the result, up to 25,000 person trips will use the service, will use the PAV-SAV transfer service during morning peak hours. The service can reduce VMT and VHT around stations and the downtown area. For the station system design, it is better to locate the stations near downtown LA to attract more travelers. Also, we can flexibly cluster the zones depending on the time of day demands. There are also some limitations in this study. For example, we did not consider the facility cost or the cost for the SAVs required for the service. Also, the model does not capture several potential factors. However, the method used in this study can be applied to other regions and help planners try to predict the impact of the suggested PAV-SAV transfer system for their areas. That's all for the presentation. I'll welcome your comments here or via email as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Yongheng. Any questions from the audience? I'm not sure you can unmute yourself now. If you can, feel free to unmute yourself. I think today we have enough time. Everybody's on time. Okay, I got I think maybe a simple question, maybe just clarification question. You have those kind of two general scenarios for clustered, unclustered. I was kind of wondering, what's the difference? I mean, I saw this, they have to be, because they are all being clustered around the station. So yeah, there's clusters and unclustered. So where are the stations for them to go?
Yes, that's a great question. So this is basically, this analysis is a macroscopic analysis. So we didn't specifically locate the actual location of the station. I mean, not the destination, but we have the station only. But the destination are just the TAZs for the macroscopic analysis. So these dots, the red dots, are the downtown TAZ at the Los Angeles area. Okay. So we assume that if each TAZ doesn't have enough demand, then an SAV should visit more than one TAZs due to the demand. So we can have we can maximize the impacts of the pooling and decreasing the number of vehicles in the downtown. So the cluster means that if there is no enough demands, then maybe an SAV can visit multiple SAVs instead of just one SAV. But the unclustered scenario also provides us enough demand. So unclustered scenario could also provide a meaningful result for the downtown LA case.
Okay, so those clusters were determined manually?
Yes, that's determined manually in this study. But if we can apply some kind of clustering method,
That's right.
then that would be better, I think.
Yeah, this is great. I just have another question. Well, I think there's a there's a question from the chat box. Let's please answer this one first.
I see. Thanks. Okay, I think the first chat is about why people would shift from PAV to SAV given the wait time to accumulate a pool of people in the city. So that's a great question. So in the case study, we set the maximum waiting time to 5 minutes. And we also set an SAV dedicated lane at the freeway section. So I believe there is a time saving, although they have the maximum waiting time on the freeway section, because they can save the freeway congestion to the downtown LA. So and also the SAV lane could incorporate all those SAV demands, because the number of SAVs are not very not too many, so they can accommodate all the SAVs without congestion on the SAV lane. So I think that is kind of good things for the PAV SAV transfer system, so they can save the time and also save the parking space, parking fee as well, because our model also incorporates the parking fee for the private vehicles. So I believe there is at least some benefits for that. And for the second question, second chat, given that. Yes, the second question is also a very great question. So private AV also does not have to park their vehicle in the downtown LA. So in that case, the parking demand could decrease, but in that case, the congestion on the freeway section will increase due to the deadheading vehicles of the private AV. So I believe that even if there is a decreased demands of the parking, I think the congestion will increase due to the decreased parking demand in the downtown area. So in any case, I think the shared AV has a benefit for the benefit against the private AV use only. And the third chat.
Young-hun, I think there's a. I mean, I personally think that's a nice summary from Michael.
Oh, okay, got it.
But my question following that is the feasibility of providing a dedicated lane for SAVs. I mean, the infrastructure. I don't know. I mean, we had another study, but that's very simple simulation. Just dedicating one lane for autonomous vehicles. That can definitely reduce increase the capacity of the freeways, but then people would question, do we have the room for having another lane or something like that?
That is also a great question. So yes, so in the future there would be many possible scenarios, including PAV dedicated lanes and also other possible scenarios, and also we can expect an increased capacity for AVs, not only the PAVs, but SAVs as well. So in this study, we only assume fixed current capacity for the freeway sections. But yes, I believe there will be a better scenario for the PAB and SAB with the dedicated lanes. But in this study, we just assumed that all the vehicles are AV. So other than just SAB dedicated lane, all the other lanes are just a general purpose lane in this case.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I personally think there should be a way to regulate the shared autonomous. Not shared, regulating autonomous vehicles, especially the empty vehicles on the road. For areas that are already congested, just think about if we have more vehicles, because it's about a vehicle, number of vehicles in the lane. It's not really number of people in the lane. So we may have to think about how to reduce the number of vehicles or vehicle miles in the system. If we do not regulate AVs properly, then that will be a lot of empty vehicles causing a lot of empty vehicle miles. So that's I'm not sure you remember, there was even Uber. I think that's 2018. They proposed the idea saying making it illegal to own autonomous vehicles personally. So maybe they are thinking about their business, but they have a kind of good point saying that if everybody having their own car to pick up stuff, pick up a kid, and then that's just to think about right now. If you just make 2 trips, but in the future, if you don't park your car at your workplace, you're going to make 4 trips for your car. So that's just doubling the vehicle miles in the system.
Yes, that's very great insights. Yeah, that's also my current research focus as well. So I definitely agree with you. Thanks for the comments.
All right. Thank you, Yonghun. And I think your presentation was excellent. And but next presentation will be given by myself. And let me first share my screen just to introduce myself one more time. In this case, I'd like to focus on my research background about responder safety, and we have been my team has been continuously funded for doing responder safety research, including projects funded by AAA Foundation, National Science Foundation, and some other projects. So I'm going to give you a talk about how our first responders perceive the connected automated vehicles. And this transitioning from the presentation from Yonghun and mine, mine is going to kind of somehow bring you guys back to the reality. Even though we are all kind of hope the future will be good with autonomous vehicles, but there are some issues that we need to address. And then this presentation will give you some perspectives from a very special group of people and who play a big role in our transportation systems, who are first responders. Okay, let me just now reshare my screen to the presentation I'm going to give. All right. So hold on, let me share my screen. This one. Okay, I assume you guys can see my screen clearly. All right, let me just get started. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the contribution of my co-authors, Ninja Xu, my student, and Yan Minxin, my colleague, and Mizan Rehman is also a faculty member at University of Alabama, and Tim Barnett is a researcher at Alabama Transit Institute, and Stephen Jones is our interim director of the Alabama Transit Institute, and also a professor of the civil engineering in the College of Engineering. All right, just the first slide, so some quick numbers. And well, this is supposed to be an in-person presentation, but it's better for in-person presentation. I would ask you to kind of guess what do I mean about those numbers. I just ran a quickly show the answers. So 19 million, that's the road assessment calls, estimated number of calls in the US every year. And 20 million, that's the vehicles are towed in the United States every year. And 6 million, that's the number of vehicle crashes in a year. And 3 million, that's people who are injured in crashes. And 43,000, that's the number of people who were killed in the crashes in 2021. And I think before COVID, the number was around 35,000, but it increased a lot since the pandemic, and it's not really going back, seems to be the number. So there will be issues in our systems, and a lot of people being harmed and killed. And then think about who would be involved in all those unfortunate events. So those are quick numbers. So first responders, they are important in helping us to rescue us and make sure we are not, we are saved, rescued, and if we are harmed, we can get care, treatment timely. And if we are running some issues on the road, and the tow truck drivers would come to pick up our car and take, so helping us. So anyway, they are really important. They are doing a lot of jobs on the road. And now think, that's the most, maybe one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. And this is just according to the respondersafety.com, and we had some collaboration with this website, and they just collected some kind of incidents reported by responder involved incidents reported by a bunch of meetings and news. And according to their survey, and this is just showing that number of the responders being killed by the vehicles passing a traffic incident scene. So that's, even though this compared with the general public population fatality in crashes, but this is a really high fatality rate. And well, actually we have some ways, strategies, also laws to protect our first responders on the road. And well, just for information, actually this week is the Crash Responder Safety Week by the FHWA, but I don't have slide for that. Yesterday I participated in a seminar. Anyway, so there are laws, move over laws. I think everybody's familiar with this thing. And our team reviewed the move over laws, state by state, and we found some variations. In some states, they move over laws cover the tow trucks. Some states, they do not cover tow trucks. And for the duty vehicles, that's just less covered. By a lot of, several states. Basically you can say that from this slide. So that means some of the responders are not well protected even by the move over laws. And so there's some room we need to do. And well, of course, maybe there are some laws that have been already updated. This was the outcome findings based on our work by July 2021. And this is just showing the example of the working environment of tow truck drivers, tow truck operators, and they have the, the tow industry has the highest fatality rate among all private industry in America. So that's 15 times more than the national average of the, private sector workers. And there's a video showing that, basically just showing that how, how those vehicles respond to the presence of the tow truck operators on the roadside. It seems like nobody is really slowing down or move over. Well, sometimes you may say, well, because there's other vehicles on the other lanes, they can move over, but at least they can slow down somehow. But still, they are not being, they were not respecting the tow truck drivers on the roads that much. So that is the most dangerous job in the world. Okay, all right. Think about going back to our traditional transportation safety research, and normally we've been trying to find out the causes of the motor vehicle crashes. And this is just some very quick, simple facts. And a lot of those crashes, 40% alcohol related, 30% speeding, and 33% reckless driving. You can think about that's human behaviors. That's us, and we are not perfect, and we make mistakes on the road. I'm not here to blame ourselves, but we are just not perfect. And even sometimes we know something is wrong, but we may still make mistakes on the road, such as distractions or reckless driving, like that. And automation. This is the technology that we hope we can remove the human factor, as much as possible from the driving system. So we will, we expect the system will be safer. I think I agree with that. I'm saying that, so I agree with that. And it's really cool technology. I fully support this type of technology. But now, do you think those autonomous vehicles will make mistakes also? Will causing some crashes and will encounter some accidents on the roads? At least right now we have been witnessing, we have seen those reported, Waymo car or Google car or Uber or whatever, they got involved in the crashes, and they even killed some people. So of course they are going to cause some issues, and because that's machine, I think I'm just going to say nothing is perfect. And also, with the presence of the first responders on the road, That's not normal road environment, not normal driving conditions. And now there'll be questions that can those vehicles, autonomous vehicles recognize those first responders on the road? Can recognize them? I'm not sure. According to our survey, I can really tell you the answer is that they are afraid of that the autonomous vehicles cannot recognize them when they are on the road on roadside. And this is just another interesting slide showing all those weird objects on the road. And if this is the first time you are seeing those pictures, I think just 1 or 2 seconds you can recognize, you can understand what is I'm showing here, what is on the road. But for the autonomous vehicles, if they are not trained for identify those objects, I think they cannot understand, they cannot recognize forever, they can never figure out what is going on the road. And also now getting back to the first responders, when they are on the road, even though probably they have some signs or protocols to follow, but they are also humans. Sometimes they just don't have the time to follow the protocols or put up a sign. But in that case, the autonomous vehicles passing by, I'm not sure what would happen. I just would just have some doubt about whether the autonomous vehicles can recognize them properly. So that's the background of our research. Just a little more background is there. Is right now we are thinking about automation or electrification of the transmission systems. That's really cool technologies, and that can address our energy issues and also safety issues. And that's our hope, expectation. But we don't want to get into a period, it's called low of the disillusionment. That's where we just, oh my God, there's so many problems. We wish we could address before. But so this is my research background. And what we did a survey with first responders to understand their perceptions regarding to related to these connected automated vehicles. Basically smart vehicle cars, smart vehicle technologies. And do first responders receive any training related to AVs? And do first responders think AVs have any bearings on how they manage a scene with these technologies? And do first responders trust AVs more than human drivers while they pass an incident scene? And are there organizational, geographical, and social demographic disparities among first responders in preparedness for AV adoption? All right, we did a survey and we worked with the respondersafety.com, like what I said, and work with them to roll out our survey in summer 2022. That was last year. Over 1,000 responders responded to our survey, and we have responses from all 50 states, even Washington, D.C., and some U.S. territories. All right, so that's our survey. And the section 1, demographic information, section 2, working experience and training background. And section 3 is actually electric vehicle related emergency response knowledge, and that is not being covered by this in this presentation. And section 4 is AV related emergency response knowledge and experience, challenging risks and recommendations. And there are 3 questions I like to highlight is, have you received any safety training related to AV technologies? As a responder, how much do you trust human drivers passing an incident scene? Well, this question was asked because we had some conversations with the first responders while we were designing the survey, and they told us, and well, they told us they just feel like a lot of the drivers are not responsible. So we asked the question, how much they trust the human drivers first. And then we asked the question, how much do you trust the safe driving cars? And we asked them in a comparative manner, say, do you trust safe driving cars more than human drivers? Actually, the answer will be kind of surprising. So again, this is showing the survey results, and we have responses from all the 50 states. And majority of the responders were the males. That's the special profession, understandable. And then by agency, we have a lot of responses from the fire department and a lot from the multi-agency. Well, this is just, we have an option for them to select is multi-agency, because we believe that some of them, a lot of them, they have a multiple agency background. And if they have worked for the multiple agencies, their background would affect their answers, their understanding about those emergency management. So we have that option. And so, I mean, according to our results, really a lot of them have the multiple backgrounds. I mean, they can be, they could be a police, and before they could be a fireman, or they could be some other workers. I mean, it's just basically they change jobs frequently somehow. Anyway, so, and for the age distribution, it's kind of fine. We have some really young first responders and also very experienced senior first responders. And now let me get to the results very quickly. So working experience, and well, a lot of our really experienced first responders, I mean 45%. And we asked them, have you received any traffic incident management training? 90% of them say yes. I mean, that's actually, expected, because they do have kind of regular frequent training. I mean, there are 10% of them did not receive any training because they were not they patrol, or they were not working, they do not work on the road. They are basically managers or somehow, or with some other administrative roles. All right, so about to the AV related training, basically 80% say that they never received any AV related training, and 11 said that they had some training related to the connected vehicles, advanced driver assistance systems, or AV or autonomous vehicles. And there's, I mean, basically right now, I mean, there are not many training, actually, there are not many training programs, and they have a lot of components about the connected automated vehicles. And also at this point, because this is an area that is still evolving, and I even say we may even not know what to educate those first responders about right now. And because I'm not sure, I mean, maybe in the next 5-10 years, there's just a magic technology that would address all the AV or CAV related issues. Then we would not have to have, I mean, concerns about those vehicles on the road. So anyway, that's just the question I'm throwing out here, and raising the concern, and hope everybody can think about it. And now we ask them saying, how much do you trust human drivers who pass you when you are working on the roadside? And 60% had experience being involved near miss and struck incidents, not basically because caused by the passing vehicles. And only 0.5% of the participants said that they would totally trust human drivers, and 43 said they do not trust human drivers at all. That's basically as expected. And we asked the reasons. 90% of them saying that distraction is the most probable reason for the incidents, the struck by incidents or near miss incidents involving them, and followed by the inattentive driving behavior and driving under influence. Well, that's basically I mean, match our the outcomes of our previous conversations with first responders. They were saying that the passing drivers are not very responsible when they're on the road. Now, next one. Actually, before we ask the first responders saying, do you trust AVs who pass you and pass by? And we ask them, now think about yourself as a rider, just a passenger or user of the vehicles. Do you trust AVs? Only 1% say they would trust AVs, and 40% say they do not trust AVs at all. And it was a surprising outcome, actually, but then after doing some literature, and we found that there's another survey by, actually a very good consultant firm, and they have something saying that 63% of the respondents said that they feared riding in an AV. So that's actually maybe true. Just right now, given people's understanding about AV technologies or the news they have saying, and they may not have a good trust in the AVs. And we have this showing this table here showing there is a strong correlation between the trust in the AV or trust in human drivers. So that's basically, just saying that some people, some first responders, they have a lower trust to anything, probably, that may affect their responses. Now, this is our case survey question. Do they trust the AVs over, more than human drivers passing an incident saying? 3% say yes, and 86% say no. So basically just no. Majority of them say no. It's like first they say human drivers are terrible when passing an incident saying. Now they are even saying, okay, compare human drivers, autonomous vehicles, AVs, are even worse. That's like the message we get from the survey. And well, I'm not really saying AVs are terrible. I'm just saying that's the outcome, and probably we need to do something to make sure people can understand the AV technologies correctly or properly. So, and by agency level, and it is a little surprising that law enforcement has a slightly higher level of trust for the AVs compared with other agencies. I mean, there may be reasons because the law enforcement officers, they are a group of responders who need to interact with the drivers directly if they stop the vehicle. Because for the firefighters or EMS, they do not deal with the drivers that much. I mean, and also towing and recovering, they are not doing any law enforcement, and it's just the police officers, their working duties are maybe need a little bit different, so different from others. So probably this tells us they just don't like the human drivers. But still, compared with human drivers, AVs are worse. In this case, it's just less worse. All right. So this is the geographic comparison of the outcomes, and the higher number showing the greater trust, and the lower number showing the less trust. And the region 8 and region 9, well, it's a surprise for the region 8, but for region 9, California, Nevada, and Arizona, and in this area, probably they have I'm not sure, more promotions, better promotion strategies for those small vehicle technologies. All right, perception recommendations towards AV adoptions, and well, first is about the reasons why they do not trust AVs. 45% of them saying AVs are not unpredictable. 36% say they do not. They did not name reasons. 34 says they had not experienced they do not have any experience of managing AV crashes. That means they don't have experience. They need to learn. So they are unsure. And now regarding the recommendations, the most suggested recommendation is the training. They know they need the training. I mean, probably after proper training, they may have a different perspective towards AVs, and followed by the crash warning systems and alert the travel public, especially the safe driving cars. So they want to. They hope there is some kind of system. I think some people are developing those things. And now some interesting comments made by those respondents. First is how well they know to move around an incident scene when traffic patterns have changed due to the scene, and also computers do not recognize incidents like people. So that is what I said. I showed you before those pictures. If those vehicles, think about that's like at least to my understanding is that is a model. It's either artificial intelligence model, something. You need to feed the data in there so they can train. Now they understand the objects that have been fitted. But if they do not fit you, if we do not fit them any objects, they cannot recognize those objects unless they have the human brain. Like us, we can learn, even though it's weird first time that we see, but after a few seconds, we can still try to guess what is the and figure it out. So, and another, some more concerns, automated vehicles are even worse than EVs. So because this is a survey, also have questions about EVs. So first they said that the EVs are terrible, and now they're saying AVs are even worse than EVs, and do not trust them, and those vehicles can be hacked. And the training, they say additional training in awareness and handling those new vehicles should be mandatory. So anyway, so that's the survey results. And well, I'm not very good at presenting equations, but this is very simple modeling showing the correlates of the first responders' perception towards AVs. The response is whether a responder trusts an AV or self-driving car more than human drivers passing an incident scene. 1 is yes, and 0 is otherwise. So this is quick modeling results. Who are more likely to trust AVs passing incident scene if they have a higher education levels, if they work for the law enforcement, and higher level of trust in AVs, higher level of trust in human drivers. So less likely to trust AVs is very interesting. The senior responders less likely to trust AVs, lower education levels, firefighters, and also if they are familiar with AV technologies, they are less likely to trust AVs. That's interesting. Maybe they know what's going on with AVs, the algorithms, and So they know the limitations of AVs. All right, takeaways, 80% of respondents say they have received low training about AVs. And 3% believe AVs are more trustable than human drivers. 86% say no. And law enforcement associated with the most significant odds of trusting AVs more than human drivers. And the most suggested recommendation is training and also standard protocols, designs of crash warning systems. All right, so that's actually what I presented is from the paper we recently published in the transport policy, and NAS and acknowledge the support from National Science Foundation and Alabama Transit Institute and also Responder Safety Institute. Safety.com is actually Emergency Responder Safety Institute. All right, this is just slide showing introducing my lab. We do research about planning and safety, and that's it. And if you have any questions, let me know. Now I'm going to say whether there's some question in the chat box. Maybe no. All right, so that's it. If you don't have any questions. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Liu. Thank you. It's a very interesting topic, and I'm interested in kind of like those topics too. But I have a question. It's like, what type of first responders here are? Is it only for the highways accidents, or is there any kind of like discussions on responders such as like hospitals or like emergencies situations, kind of things in those work?
Oh, well, yeah, that's a good question. I should have clarified at the beginning. Those first responders means who would show up when there is a traffic incident or crashes on the road. So any of them, the fire, the police, and the EMS, and the tow truck drivers, and also the duty workers, the safety highway safety patrol workers. So they would those are the first responders I'm talking about. So, and they also, the context is the traffic incidents. It's not the some other incidents at homes or buildings. So that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you, Yongham. Okay, if you don't have any questions, let's us move on to our next speaker. Let me pull my slides. All right, our next speaker, our next presentation will be given by Ali Sahabaddin, and who is a PhD student and a researcher, also co-instructor in the Department of Civil Engineering, McMaster University, Canada. And his research is about applying optimization techniques. I mean, of course, optimization researcher. So, and he completed his master degree in mathematics at the Tanta University, and his master's degree was to develop solution algorithms for nonlinear optimization problems based on game theories, applying them to solve energy management and power system distribution problems. And he also earned his bachelor's degree from the Tanta University in electrical power and mechanics department. Well, anyway, I think Ali has really good background that can be applied to our transmission systems. That's really cool background. I think Ali is probably here or not, and he uploaded his recording. And now, Suning, can you please just play his recording?
Yeah, sure.
Hello everyone, and it is my pleasure to attend the BTR annual conference for the first time to present our work entitled Overcoming Battery Degradation, a multi-stage optimization for battery electric bus transit system configuration. This is based on the trade-off between adding a charging infrastructure and replacing batteries. First, I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors Ahmed Fouda and Dr. Mu'taz Muhammad. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the contribution of my colleagues at the TRIP Lab. Moreover, I'd like to express our gratitude to NSERC for their generous funding. Today, I'd like to cover the following topics, starting with a brief introduction, the literature about battery electric bus battery degradation and the related research gap, our objective and methodology to address these gaps. Also, I'd like to report our results and conclusion. Current battery electric bus optimization models could be broadly classified into two main groups: single-stage and multi-stage optimization models. Single-stage optimization models focus on determining the optimal component sizing and location of the charging infrastructure or the combination between them, while the multi-stage optimization models optimize battery electric bus for late transition planning. Battery electric bus batteries degrade under operation and storage. This is related to cyclic and calendar degradation. Calendar degradation is affected by state of charge, depth of discharge, and temperature, while calendar degradation is affected by storage mode when no electric current flow through the battery. There are many methods to estimate battery degradation, including electrochemical methods, empirical methods, and semi-empirical methods. Electrochemical methods depend on chemical and physics theories. Therefore, these methods are complex to incorporate into optimization models. Empirical models rely on experimental datasets, hence these models serve specific application and can be tailored for different applications. In comparison, semi-empirical models combine theories and experiments to obtain generic battery degradation formulations. Therefore, these formulations can be tailored for a wide range of application. For example, estimating battery degradation, battery electric bus battery degradation. The literature on battery electric bus considering battery degradation could be classified into two main groups. The first group focuses on optimizing battery electric bus battery replacement cycle by quantifying battery electric bus battery degradation rate over time, while minimizing battery electric bus system life cycle cost. The second group optimizes battery degradation factors to extend battery electric bus battery lifetime. Although previous studies contribute to advancing the adoption of battery electric bus in transit, there are some gaps to be addressed. For battery electric bus single-stage optimization models, these models contribute to informing battery electric bus in transit by providing static decisions for battery electric bus system configuration. However, the performance of the battery electric bus would change over time due to degradation, which impacts the optimal battery electric bus system configuration throughout the service lifespan. In this respect, multi-stage optimization models implemented in the literature to address the fleet transition problems. However, their focus is on the rollout planning, and the battery electric bus performance degradation also impacted these rollout plans. Also, the literature on battery electric bus considering battery degradation addresses battery electric bus battery degradation impacts by minimizing battery replacement cycles and extending battery lifetime. However, their focus didn't consider the impact of battery degradation on the optimal configuration of battery electric bus system in a multi-stage horizon design. Therefore, our study develops a generic multi-stage optimization model. This model considers the intertwined relationship between battery degradation and the optimal configuration of the battery electric bus system throughout the service lifespan. This optimization model also trades off between replacing batteries and adding charging infrastructure to accommodate battery degradation over time. Furthermore, the proposed model determines optimal component sizing, charging schedule, and the time to replace the battery while ensuring the feasibility of the battery electric bus system throughout the service lifespan. Therefore, our study is the first study to consider battery degradation model within the optimization process of battery electric bus system configuration in a 12-year time horizon. To achieve our objective, we consider a transit network that is served by battery electric buses that follow a predefined timetable. Each battery electric bus serves a daily scheduled trips, which are decomposed into sub-trips. Also, the operation day is divided into equal time slots, 2 minutes each. Furthermore, we consider a heterogeneous number of chargers with different rated power and heterogeneous battery size. The objective function of the proposed multi-stage optimization model is to minimize the capital cost of the battery electric bus system, including construction, fleet, maintenance, and battery replacement costs. The objective function is adhering to some constraints that ensure each battery electric bus starts the day with the maximum SOC limit, as well as the arrival and departure battery capacity are within certain SOC limits. Each battery electric bus follows a predefined timetable. The mutual relationship between subsequent stages is also considered. Lastly, the objective function is also adhering to a set of constraints that govern the strategy of replacing battery electric bus batteries and adding charging infrastructure. To ensure the validity of the proposed multi-stage optimization model, it is applied to a real-world hub-and-spoke transit network in Belleville City, Ontario, Canada. This network consists of 10 routes that are served by 11 buses as depicted in this map. The proposed multi-stage optimization model is solved twice to investigate the optimal configuration of the battery electric bus system. First, the model is solved without considering battery degradation under base model. Then, the model is solved with considering battery degradation under Model 1. The results indicate that the optimal configuration of the battery electric bus system is changed while considering battery degradation. Particularly, the proposed model didn't result in any battery replacement over time. However, an additional charger is required at the second stage or year 4 to accommodate battery electric bus battery degradation over time. This in turn increases the total system cost while ensuring a feasible operation of the battery electric bus system throughout the service lifespan. Also, this figure depicted that the total number of daily charging events will change through stages to overcome battery electric bus battery degradation. This in turn forces the optimization model to add more chargers to accommodate battery electric bus battery degradation. And note that the stage 1 presents the daily charging events of the base model without considering battery degradation. Furthermore, this figure illustrates the change of the charging schedule through different stages for bus number 3, which has the largest vehicle kilometer travel among all buses. This figure depicts despite battery degradation over time, the system is feasible throughout the service lifespan. Most importantly, and unlike the current literature, which recommends to replace the battery at 70 to 80% of its initial capacity or halfway through the operation horizon, the results show that the system is feasible with additional charging infrastructure while the battery degrades to nearly 40% of its initial capacity, which utilizes the available resources effectively and demonstrates the effectiveness of our model. In conclusion, the proposed model minimizes overall capital cost, including the cost incurred by battery replacement due to battery degradation. The model also identified the optimal battery size, chargers number, and rated power. and the charging schedule throughout the service life as well. The real-world hub-and-spoke transit network results demonstrate that adding charging piles is more cost-effective than battery replacement. The results also show that increasing the infrastructure cost ensures the feasibility of the battery electric bus fleet while considering battery degradation throughout the service life as well. Most importantly, our model confirms that the battery replacement decisions must be informed throughout the optimization process due to the degradation impact. Thank you, and I am happy to answer questions.
All right. Anybody having questions? And the presenter is actually here in our meeting, so you can ask questions and he can answer right here. No questions? All right, Ali, I have a question, maybe not related to this this presentation much, but it's basically just a question in general for a lot of optimization research. I just wonder, can you think of any example, or some of the optimization models are implemented somewhere in the real world?
For what?
I mean, optimization in your case is for the transit.
For the transit?
Yes.
There is a lot of optimization techniques that applied for the electrified transit network related to how to choose the battery size, charging infrastructure allocation, and so on. That's there is a lot of optimization techniques of like linear or nonlinear optimization and meta-heuristic optimization as well.
Yes. Yeah, that's great, because yesterday, actually last night, there was a the headliner presentation given by a professor from Monash University, Australia, and he made a point about saying that what we are doing is knowing, but there's another unknown part in the real world. Is it's just like we can do really cool models and perfect work in research, but when we think about implementing what we are doing in the real world, that's just so challenging, and it's like there's some pushback. It's even though you are telling them this is the way we can reduce the energy, whatever, but then the other side is say, well, that's just causing so much trouble, and they are okay. They feel okay. They are just so pleased with what they are doing right now. They don't want to do anything about the improvement. So that's well, and also recently, we are doing research there, requiring a lot of the community engagement. It's like sometimes maybe they are not really interested in what we are doing, even though we say this is a big improvement in your system, but they have their own thing. So anyway, so I'm just saying, I'm just thinking about the presentation I saw yesterday and last night, and then just looking at your
I totally agree with you that there is if there is a real data, and we talked about real data to apply the optimization for that, and take the advantage of the real world applications, it will be good for optimization.
All right, thank you. And there's a question from Shakari in the chat box. Can you please take a look at that?
Actually, we choose this is this study is based on hub and spoke network, and hub and spoke network have one location that it is a depot and also the terminal of the study, and we have another study that we have a lot of hubs that we choose from it, and we choose the optimal location of charging station in it. But in this study is based on hub and spoke network, and the only place that the fastest charging is a depot.
All right. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, Ali. Now let's just move on to our next and last, but not least, presenter given by Denisa Purba, who is a PhD candidate, civil engineering at the University UIUC, and she holds a master's degree from University, also UIUC, and also bachelor degree from Indonesia, and in the same field, which is civil engineering. And Denisa's research focuses on transportation policy planning and modeling, integrating sustainable, resilient transportation and emergency preparedness for alternative fuel vehicles. All right, Denisa, now the time is yours.
Sure, thank you. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see the screen? Okay, is it moving? Is it moving?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. So hello, everyone. My name is Denisa Purba. I'm a PhD candidate in University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And today I would like to present my research work about refueling station location models to support evacuation of alternative fuel vehicles. This is a joint work that we did with our former undergrad students, researchers, Simon Bolisi, and it's advised by Professor Alexia Kuntu, also from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And this paper has been published recently this year. If you're interested to look on our work, you can scan the QR code here, and I also provide it later in the end of the presentations. So the motivation of this work, alternative fuel vehicles, what I call alternative fuel vehicles means that all of the vehicles that's not using gasoline's fuels. It includes electric vehicles or EV, fuel cells vehicles, and hybrid vehicles. These vehicles has been contribute to transportation system decarbonization. However, these vehicles are susceptible to being stranded during emergency due to limited driving range, sparse refueling infrastructure networks, and long refueling time compared to conventional gasoline vehicles. And here I provide two empirical data. The first one shows the electric vehicles median driving range compared to gasoline vehicles that we collect from DOE 2021 data shows that electric vehicles driving range has been improved since their introduction. The first markets, now it's the median range is at 234 miles and the maximum can goes up to 405 miles. However, it's still lower than the gasoline vehicles. And then in terms of the refueling station availability, for electric charging stations and hydrogen fuel cell stations, the numbers in the nation, in US, the total number is not as readily available as a gasoline stations. And this has become an issue during evacuations because there is a study of evacuation movement of Miami residents during Hurricane Irma shows that the evacuation distance can far exceed 300 miles. Exceeding the average driving range of some alternative fuel vehicles that we have right now in our current market. So what we learn from here is that alternative fuel vehicle drivers will subject and be constrained by their vehicle driving range, and they need to refueling and become dependent to their refueling infrastructures during evacuations. Oops. And if we see more on where the refueling station is being deployed right now, here I showed you some observations that we did in Houston, Texas. The left figure shows the hurricane evacuation map of Galveston County, where all evacuees directed to exit Houston using interstate and state highways. And the right graph shows the availability of DCFC, the fast chargers near Houston within 50, 100, and 200 miles radius. And it shows that as we go further away from the city centers, the availability of charging station drops significantly. So we see here that the current placement of alternative refueling stations are often populated in city centers and only few located in outskirts and intercity corridors to support the evacuation demand, which make alternative fuel vehicles drivers might be vulnerable accessing their fuels resources during evacuations. So we observed that there is a refueling station dependency and for alternative fuel vehicles, and the infrastructure seems not ready for that. And we argue that strategically placing alternative refueling station can reduce the vulnerability. And FEMA and federal highway administrations suggest that evacuation must provide access to gasoline stations. However, there is no updated regulation on how they manage and provide access to alternative fuels vehicles to those stations. And then it is important to note that the station deployment decisions that we see right now for our charging stations, they're often not considering the emergency demand. They focus only the habitual demand. And emergency planner often only manage the fuels logistic using the existing refueling stations that has been deployed. But we know that and learned that we are still lacking on the existing refueling station to support the evacuation demand. So addressing this issue, we think that supplementary refueling stations that can be temporarily deployed by emergency planners during emergency purposes might be needed to support this evacuation movement. So our objective in this work is actually we want to kind of like develop models to do the placement plan for supplementary alternative refueling station to support the evacuations for alternative fuel vehicles. To do that, we developed the alternative fuel stations location routing problem with hub betweenness constraint. And then we also developed the solution algorithm, which is we called vendor-inspired decomposition methods. Before I jump to the models, I would like to highlight a couple of concepts that we use to develop the model formulations. So the problem structures that we use here is the location routing problem. It's a very common structures that usually being used for deployment with routing movements. So the location models will deploy the supplementary alternative refueling stations according to the evacuation demand. And the routing problem will design the evacuation route given the location that's being deployed from the location models. For the routing design here, we will implement our previous study, which is a K evacuation tree route planning problems that we did in 2022. The routing is actually considering a simultaneous several set of alternative fuel vehicles. So we develop a traffic assignment for a set of vehicles of demands. There's some of them using maybe gasolines, EVs, and others alternative fuel vehicles, and we design it that make sure that the evacuation routings maintains the contraflow principles and shamelessness principles. So using the structures, here I present to you the networks characteristic or illustrations that we will use in our models. So here we will need the evacuation demand. It's in our networks models, we will present it with the blue circle here, and everyone's gonna go to the safety nodes that's gonna be assigned optimally. It's represented by the green square here, and then we have two refueling infrastructures indications. The triangles yellow, orange will represent the existing refueling infrastructures that has been being deployed before the emergency. And then the yellow one is our interest, which is the emergency refueling infrastructures that we want to deploy. And one thing that we notice when we modeling it with using this network is that we cannot differentiate the refueling activity in our models. We need to understand that evacuees or drivers can pass a certain stations to refuelings, or they just pass it because their route evacuation route passing those stations. So the station is not necessarily to refueling, but just as a midpoint. So we kind of like do a modification of the network topology using dummy links and kind of like imprint all of the nodes. And we modified like this. So in here, we can clearly see how the evacuee node from node 1, whether they want to refueling in the station number 4, or they just pass a station number 4 just as a midpoint along the evacuation road. The next concept that we kind of like develop is the hop between us constraint. It's captured the alternative refueling need. And here we assume tau hops as a natural numbers of transportation networks links, where the sums of it will be served as a proxy of driving range bound for each vehicles. So in here, we're not using an actual distance or the distant range of the vehicles or the distance of the actual road in the networks, but we kind of like convert everything into a general unit, which is hops, that's gonna be more general in our models. And then the next one is about the reviewing rules. We assume that if the evacuee demand originated from a certain node that have tau or more hops away from the shelters, then this evacuee drivers needs to pass through the stations to refueling purposes within their driving bounds, which is the tau hops. And here, kind of like the example that we provide here, a small network to see how the refueling rules looks like. So in here, let's assume that there is an evacuee from node 1 want to go to this node S, and they will use vehicles that have driving bounds, which is 3 hops. So it means that these vehicles can only ride with only 3 links. So using our refueling rules, the feasible evacuation path that these vehicles can choose is actually this one or this one. And using this concept, we model our location routing problems. And because we noticed that there's a lot of because of distribution rules, there's going to be couples of path that they can choose. So we model it as a path-based location routing model formulation. And here's kind of like the overview of our models. I'm not going to go deep with it, but I'm just going to explain the key parameters that we define here. We have a K as a set of vehicles type in the evacuation networks. We will consider couples of vehicle heterogeneity simulated for the evacuation road. And then for the refueling station, there are kind of like 4 sets that we define. The first set is used for the location models, which the first 2 serve for the location models where we define the set of existing refueling station, and the other one is the candidate set for emergency refueling station. And the other one, the other 2 left is the refueling stations that we're going to be used for the routing one. The first set is the set of station that's going to be visited to refueling, and the other one is just visited as a midpoint. And then, as I mentioned before, we use a path base, so we define PKO as all the set usable evacuation path that a node can use to access their going to the shelters. And the objective here, we just very straightforward. We want to minimize the construction cost and also minimize the travel time and refueling time. We consider several constraints, and we also embedded the constraints that we use in evacuation routing that we did in the last work. Again, for the routing here, the last work that we did is kind of like a bit unique, that we use the seamlessness, which is 3 structures, and the control flow principles. One thing that we noticed from this modeling is that this is a mixed integer nonlinear problems, and then defining PKO is actually challenging because this path base, what kind of like path that we can use, it depends on the decision variables, which is depends on our whether we want to add the additional emergency refueling station in the network or not. Those combinations of existing and emergency refueling station will result with a different evacuation path set. And that's the biggest challenges in our modeling. And we know that location routing problems usually can be solved with a vendor decompositions, but because those set is iteratively changes, vendor decompositions cannot handle it because vendor decomposition strictly handles fixed feasible set. So what we do is that we kind of like modify the vendor's decompositions. I'm not gonna go deep with that, but it's kind of like a similar idea. We still do kind of like 2 stages of it. The first one is gonna solve the location main problem to find the current optimum deployment of the stations, and then we will fit it for the we will create the set of feasible evacuation route for us to solve the routing sub-problems. But instead generating the vendor cut, we will just generate the generalized duality cut to see if there's any improvement or the improvement for our location's main problem. That is about the modeling. And now we go to the numerical experiments that we did in this work. So in this work, we conduct a numerical experiments using South Florida networks. The network topology and properties here we obtained from Sun 2022 works. This works actually solve the deployment of charging station for EVs in the South Florida, and they deployed 30 positions. And we will use these 30 positions, these stations positions, kind of like to generate the case of some of it become the existing and some of it become the candidates of our emergency stations to be deployed. So the first numerical experiment that we do is we want to learn about how the driving range constraint impact the deployment decisions. And here we consider all evacuees use the same vehicles type going to the shelter nodes. There is 9 existing station nodes in the networks, and we use the remaining from 30 nodes as our candidates nodes to deploy the emergency station. And we run cases for tau equals to 4, 5 to 6, which representing short range, medium range, and large range vehicles. And we observe 3 findings here that emergency refueling stations are deployed to accommodate the longest evacuation path. And then the deployment is actually guaranteed that the evacuee can access it at most a span of their driving range. And then as the driving range increases, which is expected that it's very expected that the number of deployed emergency refueling stations reduce. This is because then as people can afford or use larger range to do the evacuation, then they don't need to refueling. They can access or goes to the shelters directly. You don't need to refueling. And the next, we want to examine the impact of the vehicle heterogeneity in the networks. So in here we will simulate 3 types of vehicles shared in the networks simultaneously. And there's kind of like several shares that we consider here. But the 3 type of vehicles, the first vehicles is going to be representing the gasoline vehicles that have large driving range and dense in existing refueling stations. And then the second vehicles that we consider will represent the electric vehicles that have short driving range and sparse existing refueling station. And then we also introduce the third vehicles that represent other hypothetical alternative fuel vehicles that have medium driving range, slightly better range than electric vehicles, but still have sparse existing refueling networks. And we examined with the 2 cases where the first case, gasoline vehicles dominate the network's demand, which is representing the current conditions. And then the last case is actually where the alternative fuels vehicles dominates the evacuation networks. And here's the deployment for the case when we say that gasoline dominates. We observe that for the gasoline vehicles drivers, we don't need to deploy additional stations to support their evacuations because their ranges can make them goes to the shelters directly. but we observed that we need to deploy 7 emergency refueling stations for electric vehicles and 6 refueling stations for the hypothetical vehicles. One thing that we learned too is that when larger range vehicles dominates from our vehicles, from our evacuation routing perspective, the routing design will accommodate the movement of these vehicles that have the largest flows better. Then all of the roads, the faster roads, so then these gasoline vehicles will have a faster or shorter route to the shelters compared to other alternative fuel vehicles. This is because of the system optimum in the traffic assignment and also the contraflow observations that we do there. And so the evacuation route for alternative fuel vehicles will subject to detours to the refueling station while managing the contraflow controls. And the deployment of the 7 and 6 stations that we need here actually managing not only the needs of refueling station, but also managing the contraflow controls in the networks. But when we trying to have a case where the alternative fuel vehicles have a higher shares in the network, we found that we deployed fewer emergency refueling stations for alternative fuel vehicles. We still deploy 7 for the electric vehicles, but we only now need to deploy 5 for the hypothetical one. So we found that when the alternative fuel vehicles with shorter range dominate, then the evacuation routings can accommodate these vehicles better, and fewer emergency refueling stations are needed because now we can optimize both locations and also the routings. However, here I would like to highlight that the evacuations performance here increased about 80%. This is because of the inherent of technological barriers from the driving ranges and the lack of or the sparse charging infrastructure or alternative refueling stations in the networks for alternative fuel vehicles, because they have a lower performance than gasoline vehicles. Now they are dominating the networks. That makes the evacuation performance also worse. So in conclusions, what we found here is that the optimal deployment of emergency refueling station is unique, depend on the vehicle's driving range bound. And then we found that the emergency refueling station are deployed to accommodate the longest evacuation path. And as the driving range increases or the evacuee can afford or use larger range of vehicles, then the emergency refueling stations numbers can be reduced. And we also found that the vehicle heterogeneity will result in the deployment trade-off. So that's all about my presentations. Again, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. And if you want to learn more, you can scan the QR code here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Denisa. And there is a question in the chat. Can you please take the question in the chat because we are running out of time. I forgot. I saw there's a 5 presentation, but we actually have 6 presentations. Our next presenter will be given by. Well, I'm not able to share screen right now. Can you please start sharing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I may have questions later for you, but right now let's just move on to our next speaker.
Sure.
I'm very sorry for that. Our next speaker will be given by Dr. Ninjin, and who is a research scientist with Lawrence Berkeley Lab, and she has a bachelor. She has a PhD degree and also master degree from UC Berkeley and also BS degree from the Peking University. She's apparently an air quality expert. And now, Nin, are you able to now take over?
Sure. Thanks for catching that. All right, let me share the whole screen. And yes, let me get ready. So I'm Lin. So I have a long title here. Today I'm gonna talk about the development and application of a household vehicle microstimulator to understand the impact of technology and the policy levers on vehicle electrification and equity. And before I start, I'd like to acknowledge our dream team listed here with members from LBL, NREL, to the 2 national labs, and also UC Berkeley. We built this model from scratch in the past 3 years as a part of a larger effort of agent-based transportation modeling system called Beam Core. And our model fits in here. And it has been a multi-institution and a multidisciplinary effort. First, I want to go over some background about what's motivating us to build this model. In the United States, on-road vehicles shown in blue here dominate the greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector, with the majority was from the light-duty vehicles that are used largely for passenger transport. The effort of reducing greenhouse gas emissions relies on a so-called 3-leg stool with the 3 legs listed here: vehicle technology, fuel content, and vehicle miles traveled. You can see all these components are directly related to either the types of vehicle or vehicle choices that a households own, or the degree that different types of vehicles are used. And as of now, much of the world is moving towards increased transportation system electrification as a way to decarbonize the transportation sector. As shown here, investment in technology and supportive policies are proposed as strategies to speed up the transition. So the question is, in order for the strategies to work efficiently and effectively, we need to quantify the key behavioral linkage here. How would the household respond to these influencing strategies? And consequently, how does the impact unfold over time? And does the strategy ensure an equitable transition? The Atlas microsimulator we're trying to build here is uniquely positioned to provide these answers. Atlas is distinct from other models because it's dynamic and operates at a fully disaggregated level. Most of the existing models operates at an aggregated level, which doesn't fit in the agent-based modeling framework, or they are static in nature. The static models provide a snapshot of prediction of vehicle ownership for households at a given point of time. But if you think about it, the set of household vehicles is actually the result of a series of transaction decisions to acquire, replace, or dispose of the vehicles over time. So these decisions will take place at different stages along the household's life course and co-evolve with the spatial context such as residential and work locations. For example, as illustrated here, the number of vehicles owned vary as the household evolves along the life cycle stages, with changes happening during critical life events such as marriage, birth of a child, and so on. Atlas, on the other hand, is fully disaggregated and operates at a household and vehicle level. It simulates the vehicle transaction processes and dynamically co-evolve with the social demographic and the spatial context that a household going over through time. So this fully disaggregated nature enables agent-based transportation modeling and distributional effects analysis. And with these built-in behavioral mechanisms, Atlas can help us more accurately identify the change point or effective intervention windows at critical times and locations. Here's a highly simplified modeling diagram of Atlas. It contains 3 main submodules. At the initial state on the left, as we do not observe any ownership history, a static model is used to distribute the initial population of vehicles across households. At the evolution time step T, we first use a suite of transaction models to predict household vehicle acquisition, replacement, and disposal decisions. If a household is predicted to add or replace vehicles, then we use the last vehicle choice module to specify what types of vehicle to obtain. So the transaction and the vehicle choice modules are operated and repeated biannually to evolve the household fleet composition over time. Atlas is also coupled and co-evolving with two upstream models that serve critical inputs. The first one is DEMOS that operates on UrbanSim platform, providing socioeconomic, demographic information, and spatial context for the choice decisions. The individual agents and households in the synthetic population evolve through different life events and household life cycle phases from year to year. Our vehicle transaction decisions are made sensitive to these life cycle transitions predicted by DEMOS. The second one is ADOPT, which is a vehicle technology and sales projection stock model, providing time-varying new vehicle sales and sales-weighted vehicle attributes of available powertrain and body type. Driven by ADOPT data, Atlas made vehicle choices sensitive to technology progress and supply constraints under different market conditions. This slide provides a more detailed description of the input and output variables considered. Essentially, we would like to calibrate the sensitivity of transaction decisions and vehicle choices to a suite of social demographic and strategy levers. The strategy levers include adoption incentives and vehicle technology related attributes such as prices and performance, so on, as well as location context such as land use and built environment. We leverage three main data sets to estimate the choice models. The first one is a panel study of income dynamics. It's a largest national level longitudinal panel survey of American families. It measures social demographic and vehicle ownership over life course of families over multiple generations. We use the vehicle life trajectories in the revealed information here to build a transaction model. The second one is a commonly used NHTS, which is a cross-sectional survey. We use the revealed household fleet composition and usage information to build a static model to initialize our vehicle fleet. Finally, California Energy Commission runs a vehicle survey, which includes a stated intention and preference survey through discrete choice experiments. We use that information to calibrate the sensitivity of vehicle choices to various policy and strategy levers. In the rest part of the talk, I'll walk you through an application case of Atlas in the San Francisco Bay Area region. The objective here is to understand the impact of technology progress and clean vehicle policies on fleet turnover and equity in this region. That is, how long does the household vehicle fleet transition to ZEV technology, and whether the transition is just and equitable. We approach the assessment by evolving about 5 million vehicles in about 2.6 million households in this region from 2017 to 2050 under scenario strategies influencing ZEV uptake. The strategies considered include supply-focused strategies such as technology progress and clean vehicle mandates, and as well as demand-focused strategy of purchasing incentives. We then quantify and compare the zero-emission vehicle shares in the simulated fleet mix and income-related disparity in the ownership over time. We consider 3 supply-focused scenarios representing market conditions simulated by ADOPT under different technology and policy pathways. The one in the middle represents a central technology success baseline scenario, which assumes that under R&D investment, battery price dropped to levels that enabled high ZEV penetration. Down at the bottom is a more conservative scenario where battery price stagnate at $220 per kilowatt hour, resulting higher ZEV purchase prices. Up at the top is a more optimistic variation based on technology success and additionally assumes a clean vehicle mandate enacted in 2035. Adopt provides these market conditions from the supply side, including the total sales and the sales weighted vehicle attributes. Then we use Atlas to model the fleet turnover at the individual household level driven by these market conditions. We also conducted additional sensitivity simulations around purchasing incentives. I'll come back to this slide again when I discuss the findings. So first, we want to answer how technology progress and ZEV mandate affect fleet turnover. For the whole fleet, the result is qualitatively expected given the level of ZEV sales penetrating the fleet under different scenarios. We can see technology success accelerates ZEV adoption, and additional ZEV mandate makes it even faster. So more quantitatively, technology success alone results in 40% ZEV share in the fleet stock 14 years from now, whereas a stagnant battery price delay the process by 5 to 6 years, while implementing additional ZEV mandate accelerates the turnover by 4 to 5 years. Now we zoom into subpopulations with different income levels to understand the distributional impacts and their equity implications. We can see higher income households transition to ZEV ownership sooner, and there's about a 5-year time lag for the bottom income group to catch up. Despite the adoption time lag between income groups, if battery price do not stagnate, we can see all the income group transition to ZEV dominant ownership by 2050. Now we have seen the income differences in fleet turnover under individual scenario. Next, we would like to be more quantitatively evaluate and compare income-related disparity over time and across scenarios. We devise a normalized disparity metric that measures the gap between the top income group and the rest of the population, normalized by the fleet averages. So the higher value of this metric indicates a larger difference among income groups. We can see all 3 curves with each representing a scenario are trending down, indicating that the relative income disparity in ZEV ownership shrinks over time across all 3 scenarios. However, the comparative equity implications are path dependent and differ by time frame considered. In the first 10 years after the scenarios begin to diverge, the stagnant battery price scenario actually showed smaller income disparity. However, it also sustained this income disparity the longest. In contrast, for the technology success and ZEV mandate scenarios, although larger disparity initially due to higher and faster ZEV penetration into the top income groups, the rest of the population start to catch up, as we can see that the income disparity are reduced the most in the longer term. So understanding the mechanisms behind the income differences could help us to find more effective solutions. As we go through the ZEV adoption process chain model by Atlas, this slide shows the income difference actually starts from the vehicle transaction decisions. We find that higher income households are more likely to add or replace vehicles in their fleet because they are less financially constrained and they own more vehicles. This means that higher income families are exposed to more frequent intervention windows for ZEV to penetrate to begin with. Then when these high income families shop for vehicles, they're more likely to consider new vehicle in the new vehicle markets where ZEV options are more abundant. In contrast, the lower income households hold on to their vehicles longer and less likely to add or replace vehicles. Even when they do shop for vehicles, we can see here they most likely to consider cheaper vehicles in the used market. In the used vehicle market, we can see in this graph, the ZEV shares are about 8 to 10 years behind the new vehicle markets. So the availability of ZEVs are less abundant. These transaction decision processes, coupled with the new and used vehicle evolutions, dynamically differentiated the fleet turnover patterns across the income groups. So the takeaway here is that the policies that promotes retirement of aging vehicles and increasing ZEV supplies in the used market may help address the income disparity in ZEV adoption. Purchase incentives are a demand-side lever that aims to introduce or induce customers to adopt pricier ZEVs. The question is, how effective are these purchasing incentives on reducing income disparity in ownership? Alice internally modeled two types of incentives: federal tax credit and state and local cash rebate, apply to both new and used vehicle purchases. It's worth noting that the lower income households are provided with more cash rebates for ZEV purchases, but it's not necessarily true for tax credit. For example, the bottom income groups are getting very low tax credit because they have a lower tax liability to begin with. We conducted sensitivity simulations varying the types of incentives available to evaluate the relative effects of tax credit versus the cash rebate on reducing income disparity in ownership. Using the disparity metric defined earlier, we can see that the relative difference among income groups are generally highest when no incentives are introduced, indicated by the yellow line. When the tax credit is introduced, the disparity metric is slightly reduced, while the largest reduction happens when the cash rebate is introduced. This means the cash rebate are more effective to redistribute zero vehicle to lower income households. These results are likely to change under different design of incentives, so future simulations can be conducted to help policymakers to explore more effective incentive rate structure to further reduce income disparity. In the interest of time, I'm gonna leave the summary slide here and take any questions you may have. Thank you.
I'm going to butt in here. I'm not sure who's supposed to be chairing, but I think we need to shift to the next session link. So maybe put your email in the chat box and answer any questions in there. And we're going to just shift to our new chair and our current speaker, if that's all right. So Ronak, please take over.
Thanks, Kara. Yeah, Ling, if you don't mind just putting your email in the chat and fielding any questions offline or in the chat, that's fine. We need to start with our next session. I'm just going to share my screen for a little bit. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, excellent. So this session is titled Active Transportation and Mode Shifts. We're in track 3, day 2 of the Western track. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon, morning, evening, night, wherever you may be joining us from. My name is Ronak Basu, and I'm chairing this session. I'm also presenting one of the papers. And as session chair, I decided that it might be best to give some of the other presenters extra time to go first. So I shifted the order, and I'm going to be presenting last. We have 5 presentations today. In the online conference program, you might have seen 6. Unfortunately, one of our presenters had to pull out at the last minute. But nevertheless, we have an exciting array of presentations. I will briefly introduce each presenter before they go, and then turn it over to them to share their slides and take it forward. So for our first presentation, we have Carlos. Carlos is a PhD student at the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at Carnegie Mellon University. His research aims at quantifying societal impacts of emerging transportation technologies. His research topics range from environmental and congestion impacts of grocery delivery to equity analysis of ride-hailing during different weather events and equity considerations in the location allocation problem of EV charging stations. Today, Carlos is going to be presenting on his paper, Online Grocery Delivery, Sustainable Practice or Congestion Generator and Environmental Burden. So I'll turn it over to Carlos. The floor is all yours.
Hi, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. And I will be sharing my screen. Let's see. All right, is everyone able to see this?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Amazing. Okay, so yeah, this is a project that we took on a couple of years ago. Actually, I guess, yeah, 2021. And it aimed at quantifying the emissions and congestion impacts of switching from in-person to online grocery delivery. We just published a paper on it in June this year. And so the paper, the outline is going to be a small introduction, motivation first. And so the grocery delivery services, like think Instacart or Uber Eats, they're on the rise, and especially due to the pandemic, we kind of view the pandemic as a catalyst that allowed these services to become much more popular. And so once people are exposed to that service, now we think that it'll probably be the case that the demand will stay up because more people are familiar with the service. And yeah, this is a very, very growing mode to get your groceries. So let's think about what that means for the transportation network. Because as opposed to you going back and forth to the grocery store, now you're ordering delivery, and that should be better, right? Because you're replacing 2 trips for one. We'll see about that. So let's see, how will this impact our cities? We focus first on this project in congestions and emissions. So congestions will be measured in vehicle hours traveled through a traffic simulation, macroscopic traffic simulation, and emissions will be measured using a formula that relies on vehicle miles traveled. So another question that's important to ask for us was what factors determine the direction and magnitude of these impacts? Okay, so we know that it's going to have some impact. Maybe it's going to be more congestion, maybe less, right? And that's going to depend on some factors. We wanted to identify which ones are the most important ones. And yeah, so one of them, of course, is penetration rate, which is the percent of consumers that are using these services, right? This is just going to determine the magnitude of the impacts, not so much the direction, as in, yeah, if the impact is, let's say, negative, then higher penetration is going to make it more negative, and vice versa, right? No, these are, now we start with the factors that are actually going to determine whether the impacts are positive or negative. Substitution rate, we define it as the number of people that are replacing their in-store shopping trip for delivery. So think of that as, suppose you go to the grocery store, you used to go to the grocery store to get all your groceries. Now you're ordering via Instacart, for example, or Uber Eats, right? Okay, but maybe there's this one place that sells Ben & Jerry, and your grocery store that you ordered from doesn't have Ben & Jerry's, so you take your car, you drive it up there and pick up your Ben & Jerry's, or maybe you just forgot something, right? So in that case, you're not really replacing your in-store shopping trip. You are actually adding an in-store shopping trip, and you're doing your usual driving. So a substitution rate would be the percentage of shoppers that are replacing their in-store shopping, right? And so as opposed to that, you'll have a percentage of people that will just add an extra delivery, right? So now another, and that's from the, so this is from the demand side, right? So the customers are the ones that behave like this. Now we're going to look at the supply side parameters, let's say, or factors. We have the batch size, which is the number of parcels that can be delivered in one single tour. And as you probably guessed by thinking about it, it's the higher the batch size, the more optimized the total vehicle miles travel is going to be. Like the less driving you're going to have to do per tour, sorry, per delivery. And finally, we have another one from the supply side, which is the delivery consolidation from closest stores. So this is a factor that we added because we wanted to know what the distribution of the grocery stores in the city is gonna do. And so we have two scenarios: a scenario where people get their groceries delivered from the original grocery store they bought from, right? So if you, for example, you buy your groceries at a certain Walmart, and we pick up on that, then we're just going to replace your trip with a delivery from that Walmart. Whereas in another scenario, if you buy from that Walmart, we're going to see if there is any closer, sorry, if you order from a certain Walmart, we're going to see if there's a certain other grocery store that's nearby you, like nearer, and then we're going to reroute that order to that grocery store and then deliver it to your house. That's, of course, assuming that everyone, like every grocery store, is collaborating with each other and they're fully cooperative. That's not realistic per se, but that's just to get like an upper bound on that benefit, right? So now, finally, the question we want to answer is it a positive impact or a negative one? What's the more likely scenario, right? A positive impact here means less congestion and less emissions, and a negative one means increased congestion and emissions. Okay, so the data that we have is the Seattle Road Network that was provided by the Puget Sound Regional Council, which is a planning organization in Seattle. So our study is based in Seattle. And we have the road network, we have the traffic assignment zones, which are polygons. We divide the city into polygons, and from each, we would say that all trips come from one of these polygons and is going to another one of these polygons, right? For those of you that maybe aren't familiar with this. And yeah, here we see a traffic assignment zone. Sorry, traffic analysis zone. This is actually, yeah. That's a typo there. Traffic analysis zone. And also a baseline OD matrix that contains all the trips of the time of study, which is 3 to 4 p.m. And it's calibrated with empirical data, traffic counts to reflect real world conditions. Yeah, and just for those of you who are not familiar with what an OD matrix is, each entry in the OD matrix represents the number of trips that goes from traffic analysis zone I to traffic analysis zone J, right? So 3 people travel from TAZ, traffic analysis zone A, to traffic analysis zone B. We're going to have a 3 in the entry in row A and column B, right? Oh, this was also provided by, so yeah, the OD matrix was also provided by Puget Sound Regional Council, which is very, very good. We also have the location of the grocery stores. These were collected manually. And we also have a travel survey by PSRC, PSR Regional Council. And this is great. They do a great job, honestly. If you want to do some policy simulations for transportation, the Seattle data is definitely like a good place to look for, because they capture a whole bunch of stuff that other places don't. Of course, their travel survey has trip origin and destination. They have start timestamp and end timestamp. They have trip, but this is what the amazing part is, that they have trip purpose, and they disaggregate their trip purpose to include grocery shopping category. So most other surveys have just the shopping category. They actually disaggregate it into shopping and then shopping for groceries, right? Which is great, because that way we can know if you're going to a certain traffic analysis zone, what's the likelihood that you went there grocery shopping, right? Which is what we use in our methodology. So how do we conduct this? How do we replace these trips that go from the grocery store, like home grocery store back home, to some grocery delivery tool, right? So the first step is we do a demand modification. What this means is just we fiddle around with the OD matrix. So we have a baseline OD matrix. We have a travel survey that's going to inform us about those chances of a certain trip to a TAZ being a grocery delivery, right? That's where we get that's what we use this for. And then we have our simulation parameters that can be penetration rate, substitution rate, batch size, and grocery delivery center location, right? Now we have these inputs, and we run a Monte Carlo simulation because what happens is we know the likelihood that a trip visiting a certain TAZ is going to be a grocery shopping trip because of the travel survey, but we don't know for sure which one, right? So we have to pick some subgroup of these, and then basically reroute their destination. And yeah, so that's what we do, and we'll show a more detailed process in the next slide. And so we basically modify the OD matrix to reflect these switches from in-store to online grocery delivery. Yeah, so we do that stochastically because we're not sure which trips are actually should be replaced, right? And then the output of this will be a modified OD matrix, from which, if we use a distance matrix, we can get the change in vehicle miles traveled. And through that change in vehicle miles traveled, we can calculate the change in emissions and energy consumption. And so how do we get the congestion part of the equation, right? How do we get the vehicle hours traveled? Because we know vehicle miles traveled do not translate linearly to vehicle hours traveled. And what we do is we use this modified OD matrix to, and we use the mean modified OD matrices, because we have maybe 1,000 trials, so we have 1,000 modified OD matrices, and so we have to get like an average case. So we average that, we input that into a traffic simulation. We used Vism for this, macroscopic traffic simulation software Vism. And so the two things we need is the traffic network and the traffic analysis zones, plus a modified OD matrix. And this is going to give us, after you run a static traffic assignment, this is going to give us a new state of the network, a new volume delay functions, a new delay time. And with that delay time, we can calculate the vehicle hours traveled if we have the flow as well to the static assignment, right? So now we have variations in vehicle hours traveled, vehicle miles traveled, energy, and emissions, right? Alrighty. So now, how do we do that demand modification that we were talking about? How do we fiddle with the OD matrix? Well, suppose you have a grocery tour like this, right? You go to work, you're at work, and then you pick up your grocery stores on your way home. So this is what your tour looks like from work. What we're going to do is we are going to go from, if you were to choose grocery delivery and you have a substitution rate, like you're picked for substitution, then you're going to be doing a trip from work to home. We're going to delete that middle yeah, we're going to delete one of those links, and we're going to add a demand link from that grocery store you went to home, right? Or in the case of the closest grocery store case, then we're going to see what's the closest grocery store to your home. We're going to add a demand link to the grocery store towards your home, right? And
sorry for the interruption, but you have roughly 3 to 4 minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Oh my God. So yeah, we would have all these, if we do that repeatedly, we will have all these demand links. And then let me just jump to the results. So once we do all that, we calculate the variation in VMT and we see the results of the batch size. So as we see, as the batch size increases, we see some decreases in total VMT, but the variation is actually positive, meaning there is more vehicle miles traveled. Substitution rate, it's almost linear. The more substitution rate we have, the more variation in VMT we have. Sorry, the less VMT we have, but the delta is still positive. We can see that it's above 0. So it's still more VMTs than just going to the grocery store yourself. Yeah. Sorry, that was penetration rate. Substitution rate, actually, the more substitution. No, this is penetration rate. Okay, yeah, the more penetration rate you get, then the more VMT you have. If the other variables already determined that the impact would be, let's say in this case, more VMTs, and same for the other case, right? So what we say here is that the variables did what they were supposed to do. Penetration rate just determines the magnitudes. All the other ones determine whether or not it's going to be a positive impact, right? And this is just a table that shows what's the cutoff to get like a green would be a negative VMT, which is good. We want to reduce VMT. And so we need a batch size. Batch size is not really that important. What's actually important is the substitution rate. So how customers behave. Yeah, as for VHT, we did a little analysis and we can see that mostly it's going to increase VHT in all the realistic cases. And just in the best case scenario, where everyone's cooperative and stuff, we have a very positive VHT result. So, and let me just skip this. So the important part is the driving factors are substitution rate, batch size, and delivery optimization. They're going to determine what's the sign, let's say, of the impact, which is positive or negative. The penetration rate is going to determine the magnitude. Are congestions and emissions worse? Probably yes. But does that make sense with the initial intuition that you're doing a back and forth trip and you're replacing it with just an optimized delivery trip? No, it doesn't, right? But the point is, so as we kind of saw in the data for Seattle, 64% of people do their grocery shopping on their way from something else. So that already has a lot of optimization. And it makes sense because grocery trips are usually periodic. So people find a way to optimize them, maybe pick up groceries from the way home from work. And if you're replacing that with a delivery tour, then it is more likely than not that you're making you're making more miles. Yeah. Whew. That was a race against time. Okay. We'd like to acknowledge all these people, and if you have any questions, please let me know. Unless we don't have time.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Yes, certainly it was a race against time, one which you have won. There have been a few questions trickling into the chat. So perhaps if the people who posted those questions could speak up. The first question that I can see is by Deborah Salon. Deborah?
I don't think she can unmute, Ronak. She's not a co-host. So could you please go ahead and summarize their questions for him?
Oh, I see. I was not aware of that. No worries. Yes. So Deborah asks if you accounted for trip chaining in original grocery shopping.
Yes, that's exactly the the thing that makes it not as good. Like, because people train their trips, because people chain their trips, most people chain their trips. That's why you don't get benefits as much with grocery delivery, because you're basically changing one trip that's sort of just deviated a little bit from their original path for one whole new tour trip, right?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Kara had a comment, I believe, pointing to other researchers in the space, for example, Anne Goodchild and Jose Holguin Veras, whose research groups have been doing similar work. Have you had the chance to compare your results against some of their work?
Yes. I read Anne Goodchild's paper. It's kind of a seminal paper, I guess, in this topic. It's from 2012, has a bunch of citations. I got different results though. And I don't know if they consider trip chaining, which is what the other person asked. And I think that's why the results are a little bit different in my paper, because I want to consider that usual trip chaining behavior that you get with these periodic trips. And so, yeah, it is different. So they found it would be beneficial. I found it would be not beneficial, very likely not beneficial. Yes.
Yeah, especially if we all start ordering burritos, which have to be delivered quickly, and they have all these drones landing around our neighborhoods. So yeah, thank you.
For sure.
We'll do one final question from the chat. Michiko Namazu asks if you considered any change in the time of the trip. He says that in-person shopping has strict time constraint, of course, but online shopping does not.
Oh, yeah. That's actually something that our very thoughtful reviewers said as well. And we added, thanks to them, a section in the paper. It's not in this presentation, but in the paper, what we did is we did another case where we switched to off-peak hours. So we switched some of the grocery trips and some percentage to off-peak hours. And we did find that although vehicle miles traveled don't change, like it's still more emissions, congestion changes because you're changing it to a time where there's not much congestion. And there's some nonlinearities there that make it so that vehicle hours traveled do get reduced if you switch your shopping from in-store to online, but you don't do those onlines in an off-peak hour time. I will be putting my paper link in the chat.
Yeah, please go ahead and do that, and others feel free to keep the questions coming into the chat, and he can certainly respond to them. We need to move on to our next presenter. We have Zufeng Fan, who is a PhD student from the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Carnegie Mellon University. Zufeng's research focuses on how the planning and utilization of micromobility can reshape urban transportation and promote equity. The presentation is titled, Taking a Multimodal Approach to Equitable Bike Share Station Siting. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. And okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to this conference. My name is Zhu Feng. I'm a PhD student from Carnegie Mellon University, and welcome to this presentation about taking a multimodal approach to equitable bike share station siting. So this is about bike sharing. So what is a bike share? Bike share system is a network, bicycles or scooters that people can rent for short-term trips. And recently, bike share industry has experienced a tremendous growth and popularity in the world. As of 2021, about 10 million shared micromobility are in operation across the globe. And the bike share system can offer a number of benefits for individuals and communities. So bike share often serve as a last mile connection between destination and other transportation modes, such as transit. It helps reduce air pollution and alleviate congestion, especially in urban areas, by replacing short vehicle trips. Bike share is crucial to urban life because it can improve the overall quality of life by providing a convenient and more sustainable transportation option. And however, bike share system also undergoes some criticism because of its inequality issues. The people say bike share is just for rich hipsters, and underserved population often get less access. So this is because stations and cycling infrastructures usually locate in wealthier or heavily traveled areas, and sometimes a trip is not affordable for low-income individuals. And the inequality issues disproportionately affect underserved communities who in fact rely more on bike share for their daily trips. The cities have taken some actions to make bike sharing more equitable, such as discounted memberships and variant payment methods for low-income people, and providing more stations to underserved neighborhoods. A good example is Pogo, the bike share provider in Pittsburgh. So in May 2022, Pogo redesigned their bike share system by introducing electric bikes and building new stations to lower income neighborhoods. So in the first stage, they plan to deploy 38 stations, considering equity and potential demand. Pogo also offers mobility justice memberships for Pittsburgh, who receive government assistance for only $10 a year. So our study is in collaboration with Pogo in order to help them develop a framework to revamp bike share development in order to better understand how station siting decisions impact transit access and equity across the city of Pittsburgh. And briefly speaking, this study aims to select a group of stations from a large candidate pool, taking equity into considerations. We split a cycling road network into small segments, and every 400 meters, we set up a candidate station. So overall, there are around 1,000 stations across the city. And we select the bike stations according to its ability to provide transportation service. Bike share system could complement public transit by expanding transit service. Therefore, we designed a method to estimate transit service level integrated with micromobility. So transit service is estimated by multiplying the interaction area of bus buffers and the census tract block with bus frequency. So for example, micromobility can expand the possibilities of bus. A person can ride a bike from his home to another station and walk back to bus stops and that he cannot access from home. Similar to transit service estimate, we multiply the intersection area of the block and bike share buffers with bus frequencies that are expanded by micromobility. This example is the figure here is an example of how do we calculate the transit service level. So by summing up the transit service index itself and the index integrated with micromobility, we can have something called total service index estimated in this block. We designed two metrics to optimize where demand is estimated by population and number of jobs for each census block. In this way, we can include both home to work and work to home demand. So need contains four factors: the number of population, minority population, and people without personal vehicle, and population are not covered by public transit. All these factors are scaled with a maximum number to ensure the factors are addable. With these two objectives, we developed a bi-objective linear programming model to analyze the trade-off between maximizing demand versus maximizing need. The two objectives are controlled by weighting factor we call alpha, meaning when alpha is 1, we only maximize demand, and when alpha is 0, we only maximize need. So need is priced by maximizing total service index of blocks weighted by need. So given that need is a fixed number for all blocks, when we maximize total service index weighted by need, we tend to select stations located in high need blocks. And the objective functions are constrained by several conditions, such as total number of stations and the station distance constraint to ensure connectivity of the whole system. And the results indicate that so this figure shows the trade-off between demand and need objectives. So in the figure, the colors represent the total number of stations, and the shapes represent a number of surrounding stations. As we can see, with the number of stations increasing, the total demand or total service index that model could achieve also increase, but with diminished returns, because the model will first select the most sensitive stations, and objectives are more constrained when number of surrounding stations increase. As expected, transit service can be significantly enhanced in neighborhoods with bike-share stations, and when need is prioritized. Stations tend to be selected at neighborhoods with more need estimates, such as Hill District in Pittsburgh, and when demand is prioritized, stations will be condensed again in wealthier and heavily traveled areas, such as downtown Squirrel Hills. So in other words, when equity is prioritized, stations will be transferred from traditionally popular areas to areas with more need, like from downtown Squirrel Hills to Hill District. Places with both high need and high demand, such as Oakland, will be the sweetest neighborhoods for stations deployment. This slide shows the relationship between transit service and equity from the optimization results. So when we evenly split Pittsburgh population into low, medium, and high needs groups, and each group has like 100,000 people, as we can see, 38 stations result in 5 times more transit service compared to no bike-share systems available, and each population need group can benefit from the bike-share station system. And obviously, when need is prioritized, a high-need population gets more transit service, and when demand is prioritized, a low-need group share more transit because usually low-need neighborhoods have more potential demands. So we can see that with the same amount of stations, prioritizing need could achieve more total service across the city, because low-need neighborhoods already have fairly convenient transit, and providing bike-share to high-need people can magnify the capability of bike-share to expand transit service. When demand and equity are equally prioritized, the total service throughout the whole city can be even more, because if we move the least important several stations among the under need objective to demand objective, could result in a globally better solution. So it means the neutral preference can also help bridge the gaps of different needs level of populations. So this bar chart shows population covered by different sizes of bike-share network. The current 38 stations deployment can cover 100,000 people, which is 1/3 of Pittsburgh population, and the 98 stations can cover 2/3 of total population. Given that population is a proxy of bike-share demand, so when demand is prioritized, more population can be covered than when equity is prioritized. So in conclusion, so in this research, we proposed a method to estimate transit service integrated with shared bikes. And we developed the linear programming model to illustrate how stakeholders' equity preference impacted the design of bike-share system. And we can see that transit service can be significantly improved when bike-share systems are deployed. And adjusting the equity parameter could help decide what neighborhoods, what population groups should be prioritized. A neutral preference, minimum alpha is in between, can help bridge transit service disparities among population groups. And also a large number of stations are needed to ensure more people in the city can be served by the bike-share system. And thank you for attending. Let me know if you have any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Zufeng. Are there any questions? I don't see any in the chat. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand or write up your questions in the chat, and I can read them out.
I think we'd like to know the name of your cat and the age and gender of your cat.
So it is not my cat. This is a cat I met in Florida in the Airbnb house. So the cat became my friend in the several days, and I'd like to just put the picture here, and everyone can enjoy it.
Yeah, so last year at the end of BTR, like, I don't know, an hour and a half from now or something, we had a pet parade. And if anybody wants that big file of pets from around the world, let me know. It did have that kind of basic information. So Jufeng, you don't know if this was a male or a female?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, well, I was feeding the squirrels on the UT campus a couple days ago, and it's pretty easy to tell who is male and who is female, but I don't know their names. So yeah, that's darling that you had a pet in the Airbnb. Are there any questions, Ronak? I think we're going to be too early now. So Ronak, I think, was worried because there are 5 speakers. But yeah, if there's anything else you want to say or ask, you probably can go a little bit longer for the remaining speakers, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, one of the benefits of going later, I suppose. Well, thank you, Zafeng. We will move on to our next presenter, who is Karin de Cardenas. Karin is a second-year civil engineering PhD student at the University of Virginia. She's part of the Omni Reality and Cognition Lab, and her research interests relate to sustainable modes of transportation and safety of vulnerable road users. Karin is a UVA SEAS Dean Scholar, a GAANN Fellow, and has served in leadership roles for the Institute of Transportation Engineers, UVA Student Chapter, and the Graduate Society of Women Engineers. Karin's going to be presenting on her paper titled Variations in Attention, Heart Rate, and Preferences While Walking on an Urban Street, Open or Closed to Vehicles. Over to you, Karin.
Hi, everybody. Can you see everything okay? Get set up. Okay. So today I'm presenting about an interdisciplinary research project that we've been working on at the University of Virginia, variations in attention, heart rate, and preferences while walking on the urban street, open and closed to vehicles. And we had faculty and students from civil engineering, urban planning, and marketing departments on the research team. So I'll start off with some of the basic background and objectives, explain some of our methods, present our results, and finish with kind of the main takeaways and potentially future directions that this research could go. So as people move through urban environments, they're exposed to an array of stimuli, both visual and auditory, that influence their experience and their behavior. And the decisions made by engineers and planners and businesses and other decision makers about urban spaces impact the safety, livability, and economic success of the area. And so there's been an increase in the popularity of repurposing streets to provide more pedestrian-centered spaces, in part due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which I'm sure we've all seen some of, and wanting to provide a safe space to spend time and interact with others, but as well as there just being numerous other known benefits associated with public space and walkability. However, it can be difficult to measure and gain insight about the pedestrian experience, especially in a real world setting. So by integrating mobile eye tracking, heart rate monitoring, and stated preference surveys, we were exploring a way to gain more insight about this. And so mobile eye tracking is an evolution of lab-based eye tracking and allows research to be done on visual attention in real world environments. And the heart rate is associated with emotional factors like fear and anxiety, and is proven to be a good indicator for stress assessment. And then stated preference surveys provided a little more context to the sensor data. So yeah, the study specifically attempts to understand how attention, physiological response, and perception of pedestrians shifts between environments when right-of-way changes. So we were able to compare a street when it was open and closed to vehicles to better understand perception, pedestrian perception. And then there's kind of the higher level objective of exploring the potential of using mobile eye tracking technology in urban settings. And mobile eye tracking is still a relatively new technology that allows us to identify the streetscape elements that capture visual attention and being able to be out in the field. And eye tracking has been used in the built environment context before, but previous studies have largely used more simulated screen-based and VR approaches. So by exploring this, we're able to kind of develop a framework and methodology for future research using mobile eye tracking and integrating attention and physiological data with the stated preference data to better understand how people respond to changes in their environment and infrastructure design. So our study took place in Stanton, Virginia. It's a relatively small town with only a population of about 26,000 people. That's about 150 miles or 2.5 hours away from Washington, D.C. in Western Virginia, for those of you who aren't familiar. And then in 2020, the city began this initiative called Shop and Dine Out in downtown on their main commercial corridor, Beverly Street. And the street restricted vehicle access Friday through Sunday, providing more space for pedestrians, dining, and other people-centered elements, but had normal operations during the weekdays. And so this provided the opportunity to compare the pedestrian experience in the two scenarios while controlling for many other aspects of the built environment and setting. And so this image shows the street in the two different scenarios. So during the experimental design process, we kind of identified these urban typologies that would be present along an urban street and elements that kind of fall into transportation, built structures, people, and nature. And then based on the identified urban typologies, as well as the common features along the walking route, elements of the built environment that gained attention were classified into 13 areas of interest related to vehicles, people, stores and buildings, traffic signals, nature, other miscellaneous infrastructure. So we had 12 participants and each one walked this 4-block segment of Beverly Street, which you can see here. So each participant walked it twice, once in each scenario, kind of starting at the corner and looping around. And so before the route, they filled out a questionnaire with some basic information about themselves and their normal travel behavior. And then we had them put on the smart glasses, the watch, and then calibrated the sensors. So once they completed the walk, each participant then also filled out a post-experiment survey that included their stated preference for the two types of environments, how the perceptions changed between the two, and then as well as some questions about comfort and the impact of the sensors themselves. And so this is a picture of one of our PIs wearing glasses, wearing the mobile glasses. So they're essentially just slightly bulkier sunglasses, and participants generally found that the glasses were comfortable, had little impact on behavior, and did not impair vision. And so within the glasses, there's this forward-facing point of view camera that tracks the eye movement, and gaze and fixation data was what we used for this study. And so eye movements are used to place the fovea in the back of our eyes on aspects and stimuli we were interested in kind of seeing clearly. And this is how humans gather and process information, visual information. And so there's fixations and saccades are the two fundamental components of eye movements. And fixations are when the eye spends a little bit more time on an element in order to process information about it, and can be used to make inferences about cognitive process and attention. So eye tracking data was analyzed using a software to identify fixations from the recordings, and then were manually remapped as one of the identified areas of interest categories. So this is kind of an example screenshot of the software interface. And so you can set the different thresholds depending on the researcher needs and the setting specifics. And then the point of focus is then superimposed on the video for mapping and analysis. For heart rate, instantaneous heart rate data was collected using a smartwatch. The participants were on their walk, and we did have some data loss issues from the watch, which further limited what analysis we could do with this. But the heart rate, for the analysis, the heart rate change points were chosen to account for individual variability across participant heart rates. So this approach measures the progression rather than the absolute value to isolate abrupt changes and not just participants with generally higher heart rates. So the most kind of notable findings from the eye tracking analysis is that when the street was closed to vehicles, the average share of fixation time on people, both patrons and fellow pedestrians, had the largest increase from about 4.5% to 28.6%. Whereas the average share of fixation time on vehicles, both moving and parked, experienced the largest decrease from 15.1% to 2.3%. And then there is also a bit of a decrease in the share of fixation time on the storefronts, although the shifted attention towards people sitting and dining in the shops, temporary infrastructure, still leads to greater interaction with the businesses and doesn't necessarily take away from the pedestrian awareness of the businesses, which we also, the survey responses also kind of support this, which I'll get to later. And then, yeah, well, there's also some slight decrease in the fixation time on the other elements, like the sidewalk and ground and the board signs and any kind of setups in the sidewalk path had slight increases, and then the non-storefront buildings, traffic signals, miscellaneous infrastructure in nature had slight decreases, but with a sample size of only 12, none of these elements experienced a big enough shift to really be able to determine anything too conclusive. And then we also looked at the individual shift between scenarios. And so individual behavior followed similar trends to the average share of fixation time, but each participant displayed unique individual behaviors. So for example, you can see some of the people had a greater tendency to spend more time looking at the ground regardless of the scenario. But the changes in attention were fairly consistent. So all the participants decreased the time spent looking at vehicles and increased the time spent looking at people. And then, so 42 rising heart rate change points emerged from the collected data, and almost half of the change points occurred near intersections, even though intersections only made up about 17% of the walking route. And so this suggests that intersections and vehicle interaction did lead to higher levels of stress. And then we also found that the location and other stimuli like auditory could be a better predictor of abrupt heart rate changes than visual stimuli in this case. So we think it's because the heart rate change points that occurred or that coincided with fixation data. The ground made up 43.2% of the AOIs associated with those change points. So there wasn't really a clear visual reason for the abrupt change. And so we found from the survey responses suggested that participants generally had a much more positive experience of the street when it was closed to vehicles. So the diagrams kind of show the mean between the open and closed scenarios amongst all participants. And so they generally felt more socially involved and engaged, safer navigating and crossing, more compelled to visit the area for recreation and found the street more attractive. And then we're more aware of businesses and more compelled to visit a business. So some of our main takeaway was that the pedestrians had a more positive pedestrian experience on the street when it was closed to vehicles. and that their attention shifted to people, both pedestrians and patrons of the businesses, when the need to focus on vehicles and traffic were reduced. And then we also gained a lot of insight that can be used for further research using the technology. So the mobile sensors can give us a lot of data and information that can be used to gain a better understanding of behavior, perception, and stress, and can be used to evaluate infrastructure alternatives. So this can be helpful in allowing decision makers to evaluate designs and policies and how they alter the experience and ultimately provide more engaging public spaces, safer streets, and generally communities that are more livable and economically vibrant. So of course, there are quite a few limitations in the study as well, most notably the small sample size. As a pilot study with only 12 participants and some data loss, our ability to find statistical significance is, it was limited, but, and then the other thing, one of the other things to consider is because this study took place in a real world setting, and then kind of just the nature of the initiative, the open to vehicles and like all the open to vehicle tests always occurred on Thursdays, and all the closed to vehicle tests always occurred on Fridays. So there's going to be some differences between the days beyond just the street closing that we weren't able to account for. And then there's also some natural bias of researchers that's that is probably in the analysis. We did what we could to avoid it, but all the AOI categorization and identification of external stimuli was all done manually by researchers. And then, so there's a level of interpretation there. And then also the location was also collected from videos, since we didn't have GPS data collected through the software. And so then there's also some aspects that need to be considered about the sensor usage. Some people have discussed the stress being, the added stress being caused by the wearable sensors themselves and some possible survey fatigue. And then there's also the element of privacy concerns of the recording, since they are passively recording others using this public spaces that are not necessarily in this study. So with having such a small sample size, the most kind of straightforward direction, future direction would be to expand the study with a larger group of participants, as well as using kind of similar approach to explore the variation between other environmental changes. But there's also the potential to use mobile technology to validate measurements of the pedestrian well-being in or between the real world and VR settings, since VR is kind of what's been used previously in the Oracle lab at UVA. That's what a lot of our research is focused on, which is this is a corridor in Charlottesville that we have in the VR setting. And then it would be helpful to have kind of a standardized data processing technique and methodology for this kind of work. And then the glasses also collect pupil and IMU data. And so there's the potential to integrate pupil diameter data for further insight, since it can also be indicative of stress and arousal. And then the inertial measurement unit data is collected through the accelerometer and gyroscope in the glasses, and could also be integrated for more of a comprehensive approach in future studies. We started looking at it with this study, but there's some elements of the pupil issues with the collection of it and how much valid data we had. So this work wouldn't have been possible without the support of the Three Cavaliers program funding at the University of Virginia. And of course, our great research team. So I wanted to acknowledge everyone who's put in work into this project and made it possible. So that's all I've got for you guys today. Thanks so much for listening. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Karine. I did ask folks to write up their questions. I haven't seen anything so far. Maybe I could start off with one. I was just wondering if you could reflect on the ethical implications of collecting these streams of data. So this is certainly like an up and coming data source. I'm seeing a lot of research groups trying to collect this sort of data to better understand behavior. So as we expand our scope and try to increase our sample sizes, so what might be some of the challenges in terms of balancing big N samples with ethical considerations?
It's a good question. Do you mean with other participants or just people themselves in the study?
I would say both.
Both, yeah. Yeah, I think with you know, when we were doing the analysis, as far as the other people involved in the recordings, there wasn't a level of like the most kind of information that was collected about them was just the whether it was a person or what the, you know, it wasn't getting too personally involved and beyond kind of the public sphere. So I think it definitely could be it's something to consider. I don't think I have a full the perfect answer to it, but I think it can lead to a lot of really beneficial knowledge about how we interact with spaces. So it really is more looking at just their people's behavior without it being too personal beyond that. I don't know if that's answering your question. Is that what you meant?
Yes, it does, but we can certainly discuss further. I want to give the...
Yeah, I don't know if I've thought about it as enough to give like a super comprehensive answer, but that's a really good.
Yeah, no worries. Just something to think about. I do want to give the opportunity to others to ask questions. Any takers in the audience? Going once, twice, thrice. All right. Thank you,
everybody.
We'll move on to our next presenter, Juan. Juan is a recent graduate from UC Berkeley. He completed his doctoral studies under the mentorship of Professor Joan Walker, specializing in discrete choice models and their applications to Latin American public transit systems. He now harnesses this expertise in his role as a senior data scientist at UrbanSim, where he adeptly integrates land use and transportation demand models. Notably, Juan is also a distinguished recipient of the prestigious Col Futuro Scholarship in Colombia. His talk is titled Towards More Resilient Transit Systems, a Novel Modeling Framework for Short-Term Ridership Prediction During Station Closures. Over to you, Juan.
Oh, thanks, Renat. So good afternoon, I guess. To me, I think it's still morning, but good afternoon. My name is Juan. And the presentation I've prepared for today, it's part of my PhD dissertation at Berkeley with Professor Joan Walker. And to give you a little bit of like context of this presentation, and one of the contributions that I was trying to do in my dissertation is more of like a critique of the practices that we use for short-term ridership prediction models that I think, in my opinion, hinder the advance of the methods itself. And so in the last few years, I would say 5-7 years, when I was doing the literature review, there was like more than 300 papers that solely focus on short-term ridership prediction. And most of these papers, they use really fancy machine learning algorithms, deep learning, and other sort of like methods. But comparing the performance of these 300 plus papers, it was really, really hard. First of all, like the metrics of analysis that these papers used were not very comparable. All these papers use like 1 or 2, and like they would rarely overlap. Not all the papers, but some of papers, they would use benchmarkings to show that the models perform better, or that like better suit for certain solution. But the performance or like the benchmark models that they use, they don't also overlap, right? And so this model, it's benchmarked with one set of models, and then this other model, it's benchmarked with other set of models. So it's really hard to disentangle really what is, you know, the best performing models, right? And also most of these papers sort of focuses a lot on pretty much stable conditions. Many of them remove weekends, the transactions during the weekends. And so, you know, it's a really hard field, because it's really hard to make sort of like, when you read all these papers, it's really hard to like come around and say like, okay, what's like a state of the art performing model? And so part of the dissertation, I proposed an open source platform, and I implemented for now 3 deep learning algorithms in order to sort of like set a common base benchmark platform. So when we suggest a new model, right, we benchmark with some sort of like common based models. So we kind of like have a more systematic way of comparing and benchmarking the results, and you know that it lets us advance in the science. And so this paper is kind of like using this open source platform, and I use this platform to compare a new modeling framework for short-term ridership prediction, and I do focus a lot on the station closures. All right, so in general, short-term ridership prediction models inform dynamic bus routing. And this is the idea of modifying frequencies or the supply informed by real-time prediction or real-time demand. However, public transit systems are, as we know, highly dynamic, highly susceptible to disruptions. And so, for instance, here I show a picture of Oakland or a BART station in Oakland that it was closed because of a mass shooting occurring in the station. And then the second picture, I show the 2 buses that were set on fire during strikes in Bogota, or like the BRT system in Bogota, Colombia. And the thing is that these station closures, or like due to these unexpected events, they result in significant changes in the transit demand, and getting the predictions spot on, even when these unexpected events occur, it's important, because accuracy, it's key for planning ahead of time and planning the allocation of the supply or the buses efficiently, which is like the aim of dynamic bus routing aims to achieve. So when we think about like what happens when a station closes, or like a transit station closes, you know, there's multiple things that can happen. So the riders can either make the trip at a different time, they can use a different mode of transportation, or they can cancel their trip, or they can simply walk to the next available station to perform their trip. And so most of the papers that I've reviewed, they focuses a lot on pretty much stable conditions. As I mentioned before, there's a small fraction that focus on pretty much like dynamic conditions, or like not so stable conditions. But these, when they focus on like not so stable conditions, they tend to pay more attention to large scale events, sort of like, you know, big concerts or holidays or sporting events, which is quite the opposite of station closures, right? Like the one, it's trying to capture the excess demand, and this one, it's trying to capture more of like when the station closure, the demand's kind of like redistributes somewhere else. And so the potential impacts of a station closure kind of like remains a little bit unexplored. Like there was like no paper sort of like inputting or trying to understand what happens when a transit demand station closes. But when I do a simple sort of like exploratory data analysis here, I show two cases. And so these three stations are pretty close to each other. And then the station with the orange line closes for some period of time. And then we see that the demand, it's redistributed to like the stations that are nearby. And then the same thing happens with the station that closes during this week, because this is pretty much like an unexpected close because of like strikes, and like the station was loaded and vandalized. And so, you know, the demand sort of like get picked up by the station that is nearby. Okay. So to operationalize this, this sort of like problem, we aim to predict the demand for a given station the next time a step as a function of historical observation, and so like the transactions of like the station itself in past times. Also exogenous variables or historical observations exogenously, meaning could be the transactions of other stations that are not the station itself, also known past and future data. And then here I refer more to like timestamps, like we can, you know, we can know like if we want to predict what's going to happen in the following 15 minutes, we know what the date and the time for those following 15 minutes will be. And also the metadata of the station, that could be the location of the stations or certain characteristics of the station, such as, you know, the area or like how many buses it receives, etc. And in order to do these, we build on two deep learning models. So the first one, it's a graphical attentional neural network. And the second one is a transformers model. And so the graphical attentional neural networks aims to update the state or the prediction of this node with the current state of the node itself, and also the state of the nodes that are connected to this node, right? And so it's just like a way to improve the communication of the neighboring nodes to add the prediction. And so in the transit network, we can see like this is the station, and these are the stations that are close by, or somehow they are connected to this other station. The transformer models on the other side, it's was originated in the natural language processing, and must I think it achieved the state-of-the-art performance for translation tasks, and so translating one sentence from one language to another. And the objective of this model, it's kind of like to estimate the importance of each word in the sentence to each other word in the sentence. And this attention is meant to provide enough context when the translation to another language has a difficult grammatical order, or even with the translation has like a fewer or more words. And if you think about like a ridership or like the sentence itself, when you think about the sentence itself as a time series, right? Like you have the sentence, and it could be a time series of like sequential words. You can apply the same concept for ridership prediction. And so in my work, I propose to combine these two methods, graphical neural networks and the transformer, and I call it a graph to the transformer, or G2DT. And so, as I mentioned, the graph component aims to sort of like improve the information among the neighboring stations. And the transformers aims to kind of like simultaneously estimate the importance of past observations and of all the neighboring stations and the station itself to predict the demand in the following time step. And what I do here, and so when we look at the original implementation, this is sort of like a one-dimensional attention, and sort of like each word to each other. But here I do a 2 dimensions. So I pay the attention I estimated first in the temporal component, and so understanding this is a time series data, but also on the spatial component to kind of to access the information that it's happening in other stations. And so here we mask the stations, or we don't pay attention to the stations that are not the neighbor of the station that we want to predict the demand. And then the other piece of the puzzle, it's how to add the station closure information. And I do experiments with 2 different ways. And so the first one is adding the station closure as a dummy variable a simple 1 if the station is open and 0 otherwise. And then the other way method to add the station closure, it's a mask function during training. And so this mask function, it's a pretty much well-established regularization technique used in machine learning models to avoid overfitting, but also lets the model sort of pay attention to the things that are more relevant. The difference between these two, of course, is like, you know, the state at which we add or where we add this information in the model framework. And this is sort of like a summary of the model framework. It's pretty complex. I might not have enough time to explain all this in the presentation, but the dynamic variable basically goes with the input data and the mask function goes at the end of the prediction. The advantage of using the mask function is that you can use it during training, that you know the station closure information, but it's not needed for prediction. And the dynamic variable, you will need it for both training and prediction, and that information might not always be available. So to test our results, we do experiments. And so we model, you know, different model. We test different model architectures. And so these model architectures, it's like the multi-layer perceptron convolutional neural networks, the long short-term memory network. And then I test these other two, basically the difference between 2DT, 2DT and G2DT is that this fourth version doesn't include the graphical information, and this one does. So I compare the performance of these 5 models. I change the closure mode and like how I input the closure information. So the first one, I add no closure. It's like as any other paper would simply ignore that there is a possibility of a station closing. And then I add a mask function or the dummy variable. And the other thing that I noticed within the literature is that they pretty much use the min max normalization as a default. Right, but they don't really assess whether this is like the good transformation of the data. It pretty much like nobody questions it or says they simply do it, right? But there's more type of data transformation, and so here in my research, I try to the min-max normalization, which is what everyone else uses, or I would say 99% of the papers, and I do a logarithmic transformation, which is also very common, at least in the, I don't know, when we in discrete choice models, sometimes we do the logarithmic transformation of income, etc. And to test our results, I divide this in open and closed scenario. And so the open scenario, basically, I estimate the error of the station the station J, that its neighborhood of a station I when both the station I and J are open. And then the closed scenario, it's estimating what's the error of a station station J that is neighboring of a station I when the station I is closed and the station J is open. And then here the error that you can use could be any sort of metric. For this presentation, I selected the symmetric MAPE, or the symmetric mean absolute percentage error, which is a metric that is commonly used in other paper in most of the time series analysis papers. In the original paper, I do have 3 or 4 more metrics, but for this presentation, I only showing this one. And again, here, you know, these implementations are open source in GitHub for anyone to try them. And if they want to try a new model and compare it to like the same benchmark, it's available online. The data that we use in this research comes from the 147 stations in the BRT system in Bogota, Colombia. The data set contains 6 years of transactions, divided in 15 minutes intervals. And I used the first 3 years as a training, or I trained the model with the first 3 years, and then the following 3 years are used for testing. And the testing includes both the COVID-19 pandemic and also a month-long strike that happened in Colombia that causes, or that resulted in many stations being closed because of the strikes and vandalizing the stations. Unfortunately, the data set does not include information about the station closure, and so we infer the station closure based on the number of transactions. And so we consider, or we flag a station that it's closed when there are 0 transactions for 2 consecutive hours between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. And again, the data, it's open source, it's available in the transit agency website, and I just put the website here if anyone is interested. So a little bit of on the results. So in the x-axis here, I show the open scenario and the closed scenario. And I have a different plot for the 3 experiments, or the 3 ways I input the station closure, ignoring the station closure with the mask function or the dummy variable. And this is the error. So what we see here is that for any of these cases, you know, when there is a station closure, the demand or the prediction in the neighboring station always increases, and then we see that this slope is pretty much it's increasing in all of the plots, right? Regardless of how we inputted station information, which is pretty expected because the station closure mostly happens unplanned, and so these models don't. You know, but the idea is how do we improve these when a station closure happens? How we improve the prediction? So when we don't include the prediction, I think the first thing we notice here is that the log normalization it's better in the scenarios, and so the log normalization lines are the solid lines in all the plots, and the min max normalization they pretty much are the same as if I didn't include any station closure. And then with the log normalization, just including a station closure in generals improves the error from almost here, the best performing model was 26%, and here the best performing model was around 14%, representing a 45% improvement. And within these 2 functions, the model that I'm suggesting, the G2DT model, performs 12% better than the second best performing model when I add an station closure. So one of the things that I mentioned when I was introducing the method was the way that the transformers architecture calculates attention scores to sort of like estimate how important each information is. And so this is just an example of that attention score for a time step. And so I choose this station, and this is the attention head for this station, Avenida El Dorado over here. And the neighboring stations is this Universidad Nacional, CAD, and then Ciudad Universitaria. And then during that time step, the Ciudad Universitaria station was closed for 3.5 hours due to a strike that was happening. And so this is this area around here, it's a public university, and they usually go on strikes. And so that station was closed for 3.5 hours. And we see here that during that station closures, to predict the demand of the neighboring station, the attention that they pay to the station that it's closed, it reduces right away. And then it pays more attention, or it gives more weight to what happens at other stations at other time points in time. So this is sort of like a, you know, to see this attention mechanism sort of like work, but like we're also interested in like what's the evolution of this attention. And so that's what I plot here, right? It's the same situation. Avenida El Dorado is the station that I want to predict. And then this first one station is the one that it's closed. And I divided the attention score sort of like the average of the information that I put from the same day, from what happens in the day before and the 2 days before, and what happened like the week before. And what we see is that, you know, when I want to predict the demand for Avenida El Dorado, you know, the attention for the time that the station is closed, which is marked by these dash red lines over here, it automatically goes to 0 in the mask function. And then it pays more attention to what is happening at other stations around it. And so there's the possibility sort of like this model gives us some interpretation, or it let us make a better interpretation of these models. So in conclusion, incorporating station closure data improves nearby station predictions accuracy by 45%. The G2DT model shows 12% less error than the second best performing model during the station closures. Also, the log transformation seems to be more effective distinguishing station closures compared to the min-max normalization. And also the masking strategy is favor over the dummy variable to include a station closure because it eliminates the need of prior knowledge of a station closures during prediction. So we don't need this information during prediction. And the fact that we can estimate these attention scores remains pretty much like, it does require more analysis, and I think it could have, it does have the potential to improve the interpretability of these models, which is something that many critics of the machine learning models have. It's like they tend to be pretty much black boxy. And so whatever information that we use to make them more interpretable, I think it does require more analysis, and it's worth doing that analysis. And that's, do you still see my presentation? Sorry.
Oh, no, this is great. This is great.
Okay. And
all right, thank you for that presentation, Juan. I don't see any questions in the chat. So, okay, Hani just posted one. Did you mention the time at which the closure information becomes available?
So that's a tricky question, right? So during training, or when I was training my models, that information was pretty much available already, but when I do the inference, and then during prediction, I had to infer through what was happening in the test. But I guess to answer the question is that I did have, I assumed the information was pretty much available for the dummy variable case. And the availability of that, it's kind of like immediate, which might or might not be realistic. And so like that's why I'm never vouching for, well, not never, but I don't vouch too much for the dummy case. But for the mask function, you do need it for training, but not for prediction, because it kind of like learns to regularize. And so the results that I show for the mask dummy, for the mask function, they don't assume there's any knowledge on a station closure at all.
Well, it's
So
not about what the model learns, it's about what the users learn. And when you give them the information in terms of knowing to go to another station, it seems to me that's a critical variable, because if the information is made available ahead of time, that definitely is gonna have probably more of an impact than if somebody shows up, finds out it's closed, and then say, hell, I'll take an Uber.
Oh, correct. Yeah, I've seen that approach in sort of like, the decision making of the transit users, like, hey, the station is closed, what do I do? Right. And but I don't really analyze that. I kind of like assume that I don't know that information, and I truly don't know. Like from the transaction data, I don't know.
Maybe in
right?
future work.
Yeah, but what I do, it's kind of like what I see in the data, right? Like I see there is some spike in demand that I'm assuming it's from people that just simply move to these other stations, and there are some people, also riders, that disappear, but I don't really distinguish them. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Well, apparently not. All right. Thank you, Juan, for that wonderful presentation. And the ball falls to me to wrap up BTR 5 and this session with the final presentation of the afternoon. All right. Hopefully everyone can see my screen. Thank you all for staying throughout the session. I am Ronak Basu. I am going to be presenting some work that I did during my PhD. The title of the talk is the same as the title of my PhD dissertation. It's called Planning Sustainable Cities, Coordinating Accessibility Improvements with Housing Policies. And my dissertation committee was chaired by Joe Ferreira, so he's definitely my co-conspirator in this research. So I'll briefly talk about the motivation of behind this work, introduce the scenario analysis framework that we use to look at accessibility improvements and how that might change neighborhoods. I'll walk you through some results of accessibility-induced neighborhood change and how we combine these accessibility improvements with coordinated housing policies, and summarize with the key takeaways from this research. So jumping right in, when we talk about sustainable cities, of course, transportation is right at the center of it. The transportation sector contributes to more than a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions. However, transportation cannot be viewed as a silo. It intersects with so many other dimensions of our social and public lives. We look at the intersection of transportation and public health, social justice, segregation, urban competitiveness, and all of that indicates one thing. It's simply that reducing car ownership and use is not just a transportation issue. And diving deeper, when we talk about sustainable mobility, of course, recent political and policy discourse tends to look at electric vehicles as a potential solution, but at the same time, in combination with vehicle fleet electrification, we must also look at other avenues such as multimodality and car sharing, which potentially have greater impact to reduce oil demand, as estimated by the International Energy Agency. And a lot of municipalities are responding in a proactive manner by trying out car light programs. Now, what are car light programs? As the name suggests, these programs are aimed at reducing private vehicle ownership, use, and emissions without reducing the mobility and accessibility levels that private vehicles provide. And these programs try to improve non-auto accessibility using different mechanisms. So some of these programs could look at emerging mobility services. Some programs could try to look at active mobility-friendly urban design that incentivizes better first last mile connections to public transit, or we could focus on land use strategies such as reduced parking and mixed land use. There are several ongoing pilots across the world, all the way from Singapore to Salem. That's a little closer to home for some of us. And as we can see from these pilots, they try out very different strategies that depend on the local context, as well as the political willingness to try out new measures. In Singapore, they have a very robust public transportation system. So they're trying to improve transit connectivity and also improve ped and bike infrastructure that connects to transit. On the other hand, in Salem, Massachusetts, folks have been trying out on-demand shared shuttles through this program called the Salem Skipper, where they've been offering $2 rides anywhere within the city limits. However, when we think about improving accessibility through non-auto modes and services, we must remember the cautionary tale of transit-oriented development. We've seen this play out not just within the US, but in several cities across the world. Over and over again, we've seen that TOD leads to gentrification and displacement, especially of the folks who could have benefited the most from these improvements in transit and other non-auto modes and services. So with this background in mind, I wanted to create this conceptual framework to explore further. So what I was trying to think of is, well, let's say within a neighborhood, we improve non-auto accessibility, and let's keep it high level without worrying about the mechanism through which non-auto accessibility is improved. So on one hand, of course, when you improve transit, you have bike share, you improve walking and biking infrastructure, then some people might be less likely to own and use cars because now they have better alternatives. However, when we look at the effect on the housing market, as we saw from these examples of gentrification, so there's going to be a housing premium attached to units within that neighborhood, and higher income residents are going to move into that neighborhood, and a lot of them bring their cars along with them. We know that income is positively correlated with both car ownership and use. So we see these two differing effects, and it's hard to know a priori which one is going to win out. So we don't know what the net effect is, which is why engaging in a simulation-based scenario analysis exercise could be useful to understand the net effect of improving non-auto accessibility within a neighborhood. So when we talk about scenarios, one way of exploring scenarios is through an integrated urban model. So what is an integrated urban model? Well, the most common type of integrated urban models that some of us may be familiar with is known as a LUTI model, or a land use transportation interaction model, where we look at how economic processes, demographic shifts, technological changes, as well as public policies might affect people's travel behavior through the changes in activity patterns. And as a result of how they go about their activity patterns, then what does that mean in terms of changes in accessibility? And by coupling the transportation and land use elements together quite tightly, we can understand the full loop through which some of these external stimuli might affect internal behavior, as well as economic and social outcomes. I've been working on this LUTI model called SimMobility for the past several years. We have been working on this for a long time. It's been a group of researchers at MIT and the Singapore MIT Alliance for Research and Technology. This is a LUTI model where we have three components. We have the long term, where we look at location choices and land use. We have the medium term, where we look at daily travel demand and activity patterns. And then we have the short term, where we look at traffic decisions and network performance. So I have been working primarily on the long term, but also a little bit with the medium term. So to expand further on that, in the long-term module, as the name suggests, we look at long-term decisions. So the first element of that is to create a synthetic population, where we can represent each individual and household with great granular detail, as well as spatial detail. And then we look at their housing and mobility choices. So where do they want to live, as well as what kinds of vehicles they might want to own, the number of vehicles they might want to own, and so on. We also look at employment and education choices of where people might choose to take up a job or go to school. And then we simulate daily housing market dynamics as a closed system. We also have the ability to introduce new housing development and change land uses and simulate this in a closed loop until we reach equilibrium. So once we've kind of settled on the synthetic population and their location choices and vehicle ownership choices, we pass that onto the medium term, which is a classic transportation simulator that looks at both supply and demand. So in the pre-day module, we construct daily activity schedules for each individual, along with the modes that they might use and the departure times and so on. And then within day, we simulate those trips and activity patterns. Along with the supply side, we have a learning loop that we call within-day learning, as well as day-to-day learning until we reach equilibrium. And once we have settled down, we pass accessibility measures back to the long term for a loop between long term and medium term. I'll focus mostly on the long term for this presentation. So we have various submodels within the long term, primarily within the housing market, as well as vehicle ownership choices. So to represent the housing market, we have awakening models that determine when a household might be awakened and start looking actively for new housing units. We have a screening model that constructs a choice set of different types of neighborhoods and housing units that certain households might prefer. We have a hedonic price model as well that estimates the market price of each housing unit that's on the market. And we have a willingness to pay model to go along with that, that estimates the willingness to pay of each household that's actively looking for units for every single unit within their choice set. And we have a bidding model that tries to match the hedonic price with the willingness to pay through some negotiations between buyers and sellers, which may result in a successful sale or not at times. Along with that, when we look at the vehicle ownership model, we have these different categories. We have the category where the household does not have any motorized vehicles, which means that they're completely dependent on transit and active mobility. Households may also have access to a motorcycle or an off-peak car or a normal car. Now, the off-peak car is something that's very specific to Singapore, which is where we calibrated this version of SimMobility. An off-peak car simply, as the name suggests, means that there is a huge discount on the car ownership certificate that Singapore provides in exchange for that car being able to operate only during off-peak hours, so 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., for example. But in general, all of these models have the same functional form. They depend on the demographics of the household, the type of unit that they're interested in, the location of that unit and what's available around that location, and the accessibility measure, which is very specific to each household. Talking more about accessibility, as I mentioned earlier, accessibility links the long-term and the medium-term modules in Sim Mobility, and we use an activity-based accessibility measure, also known as the ABA. Broadly speaking, the ABA measure depends on the demographics of the household as well as where they live, so characteristics of the residential location, the mobility services that are available to the household and that they choose to use to go to different places in the city that we call activity locations to perform different types of activities, such as going to office, a shopping trip to the mall, or going to a park for a recreational trip. Now, when we think about housing and mobility options, I just want to put this out there that Singapore can look very different to what most of us here in the US are accustomed to. So more than 80% of households in Singapore live in public housing provided by the HDB or the Housing and Development Board. So we distinguish this housing market into not just public and private, but also we break down the public housing units that are available into 2-room, 3-room, 4-room, and 5-room units. And in the private market, we have private condos and houses up for sale or rent. Now, looking at the mobility options that are available, so as I mentioned, of course, we have motorcycles, off-peak cars, and a normal car, but we could also have combinations of them. And this might be a surprise to most of us, perhaps, that more than half of households in Singapore are vehicle-free, which means they're completely dependent on transit and active mobility. And this is because Singapore has very expensive car ownership, just because of the regulatory structures over there, but also a very robust and reliable public transportation system. And when I wanted to look at improved non-auto accessibility within this framework, so I assumed something which might be utopian to most of us, but it was worth exploring. That's what I felt. So I assumed that on average, the activity-based accessibility for every household with a car would be the same as that without a car. So essentially, I increased the no car ABA to the level of having a car, which meant that having a car was equivalent to not having a car for every household when we measured their ABA. And with that, I looked at different city-wide policies. So I was looking at two scenarios specifically. I was looking at a blanket ban on private vehicles, firstly. And the second was to combine this vehicle ban with non-auto accessibility improvements. And I was tracking several outcomes of interest. I'll just focus on a couple for now. One was, of course, accessibility, and the other was a measure of welfare that we call consumer surplus. And just to give you a sense of the scale of these simulations, we had roughly 1.2 million households in Singapore in 2012, and that is when the simulation was calibrated on. And I was looking at 3 calendar years of daily simulation for long-term decisions, which meant the housing market as well as vehicle ownership, to track neighborhood change, in this case, citywide change. So to understand how the citywide vehicle ban would affect accessibility and consumer surplus, I have these figures over here. And we can see, as most of us would intuitively guess, that banning vehicles is going to hurt accessibility, especially for vehicle-owning households. Now, roughly half of the households in Singapore are vehicle-owning, which means that if we translate that to the city on average, there's going to be a decrease in accessibility of about 20%, because vehicle-owning households experience a decrease in accessibility of about 40% on average. And we see decreases in consumer surplus as well, widely across the board, not just for vehicle-owning households, but also for zero-vehicle households, because now everyone is forced to use public transit, which means that there's going to be crowding in transit. The transit services might become more unreliable, and that's going to affect location and housing values as well. So we see decreases in consumer surplus across the board. However, when we combine the vehicle ban with non-auto accessibility improvements, So for zero vehicle households, of course, that's going to result in an increase in accessibility. However, for those who own vehicles, even with a non-auto accessibility improvement, we still find that the average change is negative. So they still remain about 8% below what they would have had originally. However, overall for Singapore, we see an average increase of about 16%. So what's worth noting here is that even in a less auto-dependent place like Singapore, banning vehicles is only going to hurt people, not just in terms of accessibility, but also consumer surplus. And unless we have a significant non-auto accessibility improvement, which I tried to do with that outrageous utopian assumption, but even then, for vehicle-owning households who choose to live relatively in the suburbs, in locations where other modes and services are not as easily accessible, unless we have a sea change in the way in which we improve those services, we simply cannot provide them with the same accessibility that they had with a car. But however, that was at the city scale. Without piloting out these car-like programs at a neighborhood scale, it's very unlikely that any municipality is going to try out a policy at a city scale. So let's look at how neighborhoods change in response to accessibility improvements. So what I did was I piloted different car-like programs in one neighborhood, but I simulated the entire city because people could move from other neighborhoods to that neighborhood as well as in the other direction. So I had a business as usual scenario, which I considered my baseline or reference. And then I looked at the private vehicle ban, non-auto accessibility improvements, both without the housing market effects, along with the housing market effects being included. And I combined the private vehicle ban with non-auto accessibility improvements, very similar to what I did citywide. And of course, I maintained the same time scale. It was 3 calendar years of daily simulations. And I was looking at various outcomes of interest. As I mentioned, I'll expand on the accessibility and consumer surplus metrics by also including place-based measures, where I was looking at the area mean income and the vehicle-free share. The vehicle-free share, again, as the name suggests, simply means the share or the percent of households living within that neighborhood who are vehicle-free, who do not have access to any motorized vehicles. And I plotted out these housing market effects, looking at the change in income and the change in the vehicle-free share for all of the residential neighborhoods in Singapore. And you can see that they vary quite a lot. However, what's worth noticing here is that the income effect is always positive, which means that when we improve non-auto accessibility, every single neighborhood experiences an average increase in the household income. At the same time, on the y-axis, the change in the vehicle-free share is always negative, which means that as a result of the gentrification effect, which we proxy through the income effect, that leads to a decrease in the proportion of households that were vehicle-free. And that's certainly a concern because that's not the intended objective of the car-light policy. However, different neighborhoods react differently, as we can see over here. So we kind of zoomed into 4 neighborhoods by dividing up this figure into 4 quadrants to represent the 4 extremes. And what we found by comparing these outcomes with initial characteristics of these 4 neighborhoods, and broadly all the 28 neighborhoods, was that lower income and more vehicle-free neighborhoods seem to be more susceptible to accessibility-induced gentrification. And that's a very concerning finding. That's certainly not the intended goal of this policy. That also starts to ring some alarm bells when we think about transportation equity and urban equity at large. So to summarize, vehicle restriction policies alone are likely to reduce both accessibility and welfare, and that's not the way to go. Non-auto accessibility improvements, on the other hand, can make neighborhoods more vehicle-free. However, we need to keep an eye out for these housing market effects, which can trigger accessibility-induced gentrification. Now, what happens when we combine these accessibility improvements with coordinated housing policies? So the goal of this effort is to mitigate some of these undesirable consequences, such as accessibility-induced gentrification, while trying to maximize the benefits of accessibility improvements in reducing vehicle ownership or increasing the vehicle-free share. So the 2 policies I tested out were to increase housing supply, which is motivated by a policy we've all seen play out in the past, which is known as upzoning near transit, and something that Don Shoup at UCLA has been advocating for a long time, and several municipalities are following up on those calls. It's to decrease residential parking by reducing parking minimum regulations. I won't get into the details of these housing policies. If that's of interest, I'm happy to talk more about them later on or offline. But just to give you a quick overview, I was playing around with different housing supply parameters where I was looking at market rate housing, affordable housing, income restricted housing, and so on, and a mix of all of these different types within particular developments. And when I was looking at parking regulations or restrictions, I was combining these different parameters with vehicle-free restrictions on certain units. And of course, I had the unit type to play along with as well. I was focusing only on public housing units, as that's the most common type of housing in Singapore. And I was looking at the distinction between 2-room, 3-room, 4-room, and 5-room units. Just to summarize, what I found was there really is no one-size-fits-all housing policy. Through these parameters and a combination of what these parameters might be set to and how we might design housing policies in an integrated manner with our accessibility improvements, the new housing supply has to be made attractive to households who are less auto-dependent. And there are various policy levers through which we can do that. However, what we also observed was that there are certain policy combinations that can result in worse outcomes compared to baseline or no coordination scenarios. So the utility of doing these sorts of scenario analysis through integrated urban models well ahead of implementation is really important, because we don't want to try out something in real life and have that fail, because that's going to set back these sorts of progressive policies by several years, if not decades. So what are the key takeaways from not just this research, but the dissertation as a whole? Well, it's a very simple but crucial lesson. Planning sustainable cities requires careful attention to not just transportation, but also the housing impacts of accessibility improvements. And that's something that as transportation planners, we really need to keep an eye out for. And there's a sobering thought in here. What I observed was that car-like policies need to consider a carrot and stick approach. Not only do we have to improve non-car alternatives to incentivize their adoption and use through accessibility-oriented planning, emerging mobilities, better urban design, and so on, but we also have to make owning and regularly using a car less attractive compared to alternatives. Otherwise, people aren't going to switch. We have to consider the cost of car ownership. We have to internalize the externalities associated with that through road pricing schemes. We have to think about parking premiums and a vast variety of policies through which we can bring other modes and services at parity with the private vehicle. There are a bunch of references over here that I'm happy to share in the chat if you'd like. And here's a QR link to the dissertation. It's a 200-page behemoth that I would not invite anyone to read in full, but you're free to do that if you'd like to. This dissertation was awarded the Outstanding PhD Dissertation Award recently by the department, so I'm happy to see the recognition. And with that, I'll open the floor up for questions. Thank you.
Since our moderator just spoke, Ronak, you can take a look at the chat box. There's a couple of things in there for you. Like Sean He, I hope I said that right. Did you include walking and walkability?
I did not, because I was not looking at the mechanism specifically. So I was just assuming that non-auto accessibility is going to be as good as with auto accessibility, and walking is certainly a key component of doing that, but I wasn't measuring any particular pathways to improving that accessibility. I was keeping it general because, as I mentioned, different municipalities adopt different strategies to achieve that goal.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Singapore is very special. It's one of my favorite top 5 cities in the world because of the awesome practices, but it is incredibly humid. And so I didn't see a lot of people walking when I was there in the summer. And in fact, I got heat exhaustion, which happens pretty easily. So a lot of people will go down to the subway, which is constantly being drilled. Every day, I think there are 4 tunneling devices in operation on that island. And they're very lucky in a way that it is an island, although they're very energy constrained. So they have this tense relationship with Malaysia for natural gas. And they are run by economists, whereas in this country, we are run mostly by lawyers. So that results in a very different approach, you know, and of course, it's right next to China. So very different style. I also wrote into the chat box that I do think every car has basically a phone in it, which I think it costs Singapore about $400 per vehicle to place that device into every vehicle so that they can charge for parking and all sorts of things automatically on all vehicles, and they ration every vehicle. Personally, I think every vehicle should come with a tag. I don't think it should be allowed to be sold in this country or any other unless it's incredibly well tagged so that you can see it easily without having to have cameras, like which are quite expensive, that we do in a lot of places. So if you know we need to catch speeding or whatever, we need to re-identify a vehicle. UK has been using cameras for years and stuff, but tags, RFID tags on 4 sides of the vehicle would probably be a lot cheaper.
Yes, Singapore has been one of the early movers in implementing a roadway pricing scheme. They've been doing that since the 70s or 80s, I believe, and London's followed suit, of course. It's interesting to see how Singapore is expanding walking access to transit stations. So they've aimed to put in a bus stop or a train station within 800 meters of every single public housing unit. And then that's, I think, a very ambitious goal, but they're working to make that happen. And there are shaded walkways that connect these public housing projects to these transit stations. And of course, there are these interconnected underground networks at the subway stations. They've been very successful at integrating subway stations with commercial outlets. There are shopping malls that kind of bleed into the subway station, and that has certainly incentivized multi-use trips or multi-purpose trips, if you will.
Right, right. Well, you're all welcome to share your video. We'd love to see you. Bala and Lynn have been helping a lot. We all know what Juan looks like, but his headshot was too big. And Deb put a wonderful photo of herself. I think she's there in Arizona in her background. And I do have those pet parade slides ready that I mentioned in the chat box. Does anybody want to see those?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, and while I'm pulling this up, let's ask questions of Ronak. So this is from last year, you guys. Let's see if I can get that playing. My dog is at the end. There's about 18 slides here. But I do recommend, if you know your life, if your kids start being mean to you, you can always get one of these. Dogs are wonderful, and you know, Andressa is just loves having her rescue pup in Brazil, and Ali Kampur, who's been in a lot of these sessions, actually has a cat, Nana, in Tehran, and I guess Ron has Lucky, this funny little cat in Nanjing. One of my students has rabbits back in China. And in Greece, we've got Elsa and her daughter there on the lower right, I guess. I don't know. The one on the lower right looks older, so I'm going to guess that Elsa is on the lower right and the younger one is in the upper left. So those are Greg's pups, and there's a Lola. Lola's a pretty common name, and I guess Corrine Mully, you know, has this photo. This is not her dog in the lower right, but Corrine really wants us to be able to bring our pets on transit vehicles. So especially here in hot Texas, it's nice to be able to bring your dog in. But what I do is I actually use my electric vehicle. If I have my dog and I'm going somewhere, I'm able to just run the AC at a low level. I'm very energy efficient, all things considered. But so he's able to stay with me if I can't bring him inside. And Motaz Mohammed is a co-organizer of BTR with us. Ronak is a co-organizer, and that's part of why he did such a great job with his introductions today for everyone. But Motaz has a couple sweet kittens who like to read and drink iced tea, I guess. And then this is the University of Connecticut. Monica's there. Fatima is also there. Fatima was in some of our sessions today. And these are guinea pigs. which is a pet I had when I was young. So Matt has those in North Carolina, Bella and Bernard, and this is Loki in Pennsylvania. Matt, I think, went to Carnegie Mellon, and Netta teaches at University of Michigan and was here at UT pretty recently. So she wins the prize for wildest setup with 2 cats and 3 chickens. Ralphie's with Ria. Ria had some students presenting today in Urbana. And then this is JoJo in St. Louis with Trilce. I haven't seen Trilce recently. June is a co-organizer for many years too, and was helping out a lot today. So they're in Tuscaloosa. And there is a video associated with that, but I don't have time to pull it up. Here's another chicken. And Hillary Nixon apparently has lots of pets in California. And this is Ken Perrine's cat, beautiful, beautiful animal. Ken works at CTR here. And then this is the one I was telling you. This is the love of my life, my kid's life, and my husband's life. This guy is absolute perfection. Although you can see in the lower left, it says bad boy. So we're dog shaming him right here. And it says, I think like I attacked another branch of the ficus today. So he stopped doing that. He has also stopped tearing up, I guess, big things, and he's become a therapist. And he still eats this cheese after we're done with it from Costco. So, oh, and then finally, those are my sister's pets. She always wanted a horse, but she never had enough money. So she became a dog expert and made enough money to buy a horse. So that's what we showed last year. Any questions? Oh, there's June. June's in our room. I was wondering if he was here. Yeah, June, how's your dog doing? You guys dancing a lot?
No, he's so heavy.
You know, when I was on my trip recently, we left our dog with his best friend, and the woman who it's an elderly woman who lives near us. Thank goodness. It's so nice because he loves her, but she has dementia. And so she keeps feeding her dog way too much. So her dog is really heavy. Is that what you do? You feed your dog too much?
No, it's just because of the breed of, I mean, the type of dog. They always get very big.
Yeah, so June purchased, I think, an expensive dog, whereas my dog was $100 at, you know, a local shelter.
No, it's not very expensive. It's just $200.
Oh, okay. So was yours a rescue?
No, it's a Pyrenean, Great Pyrenean.
Oh, he has a Great Pyrenees. Okay, so my dog is
Pyrenees.
like an 8th Great Pyrenees and an
Yes.
8th Pit Bull and an 8 Irish Setter and an 8 Golden Retriever and 50% Super Mutt. They have no idea, but the Pit Bull really slims them down, you guys. So, Juan, do you have a dog?
I don't. Very
Okay.
expensive to afford.
Yeah,
So,
the
but
business-
I love to dog sit dogs. So I have my friend, when she always goes and travels, I have a picture of her dog in my fridge.
Yeah.
I love her.
That's great. Well, that's your god dog. That's your
Yeah.
adopted. And Lynn is the one who's been tech staffing this room with Bala, I guess. And she actually is the one with the rabbits. And so her grandparents help out so that her parents and her grandparents take care of these pets while she's here in the US.
Yes.
Yeah. So anybody else, Ronak or Sevki and Michael, you guys have pets?
I do not. I guess you could say that I'm having trouble taking care of myself. I don't want to assume another person or being.
Yeah. Like I said, we waited till our kids were about 14 for this kind of pet. They had much smaller, easy pets that you could just carry in a cage earlier. But yeah, I would never want to be doing what many of you guys are doing. I'm much older, so I'm at that stage where it helps. And then I made good friends with a neighbor who can take care of the dog when I travel, which is really, really valuable because they'll send you photos and stuff. And yeah, there's just nothing, you know, quite like that at a kennel.
I can be that neighbor. I can take care of the dogs while I
So
travel.
Lynn takes care of
That's me.
everybody. Yeah, Lynn takes care of people's cats and she posts them on Instagram. So she's like the free cat lady.
Yeah, now I still have one cat with me.
Wonderful, cool. Well, Bala, thank you so much for staffing so many of these sessions. You too, Lynn and Ronak, very nicely done. Sorry to take you guys a little late, but I'll stay in here. I'm one of the co-hosts, so the room won't close. In case anybody has any questions for me, since I'm the oldest person in the room, I'm happy to offer any thoughts. And we look forward to you guys, submitting papers next year in the spring, and possibly sharing sessions or whatever you'd like to do.
Thank you.
Thanks for being a part of this.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.